Recognize Miss Julie Hickey. Please come forward, Miss Hickey. Thank you so much for your service as it goes on and on. And definitely we'd like to thank Mr. George Higley. Please come forward, and thank you so much, Mr. Higley. We got one more. Right, and we would certainly, absolutely like to recognize Miss Captain Beverly Kelly. Please come forward, Miss Kelly. Thank you all. Please, we're going to shift about this way. Come toward me, if you will. We're going to maintain our 6 feet distance, but we would like to get your photo. So face Mr. Straight back that way.
Look at Mr. Sturt. There you go.
You're good. You're good. I'll adjust to wherever you are.
That's good. Okay. All right. All done? All done? Okay.
Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll take your word for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go, yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you, George. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Denby.
I get a pneumonitis and a flu shot. Got somebody else? Oh, geez, yeah.
I have one very, very special recognition. This recognition, Mr. Nelson Denby was nominated by Ms. Pullen. I'd like to read some words that Ms. Pullen has written about Mr. Denby. Mr. Nelson Denby is a custodian assigned to our central office building, but very often he's asked to cover schools in different parts of the county, filling in with whatever duties need to be assigned. Given a task or a challenge, Mr. Denby will take it, run with it, and do it to the best extent possible. He has been instrumental in organizing, assembling, and delivering COVID supplies to each of our buildings and in registering warranties for our new equipment. He's researched disinfectants and sanitizers and continues to help with best practices in thorough cleaning. Over the summer, Mr. Denby organized a crew to work at 2 different buildings to properly seal and wax over 75,000 square feet of new flooring tile that had just been installed. This helped assure that the floors were finished to QACPS standards and also saved the district the added cost of bringing in an outside vendor. Here in the central office building, Mr. Denby took the initiative to first clean and polish the basement floors. And for anybody who's ever been down in our basement, I'd just like to say that is quite a feat, Mr. Denby. He then set up a secure workroom and repair shop where he can bring school equipment to be serviced. Everyone that has seen his work downstairs has responded with an impressive wow. Mr. Denby's experience, knowledge, initiative, and consistent willingness to help is a great asset to our organization. We would like to recognize Mr. Denby for his efforts and let him know just how very much he is appreciated. Mr. Denby, we thank you so much. Thank you and congratulations.
Over here.
While we get set up for our photo, I'd just like to add, Mr. Denby surprised me a couple of weeks ago by making a video for me. He made a video that was absolutely heartwarming. It was about the rally that was held for me in over the summer, and there were so many people there. He put it to music that was just inspirational, and I will keep that. I will cherish it forever. Thank you, Mr. Denby. We'll have you face Mr.
Yeah, okay.
6 feet, 6 feet.
6 feet, Mrs. Denby. Come toward me.
There you go. There you go.
Shall we dance?
Knows how to dance.
1, 2, 3. There you go. Yeah, good. 1, 2, 3. 1 more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2
Thank you.
That does it for our recognitions.
Good people.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Ms. Pullen, thank you very much. That was lovely. We really appreciate the efforts of all the volunteers helping with the food service. That's awesome. We now have board and staff involvement. Dr. Kane?
Absolutely. So my month, the last 2 weeks or 4 weeks since I've mentioned, continue to be filled with meetings day in and day out. I am happy to meet with our entire teams, our principals, our central office staff, and it remains a busy, busy time day and night. So thank you.
Our student board members, starting with Natalie Smith. Sure.
Okay. Natalie Smith, Queen Anne's County High School student member of the board. In the month of September, Queen Anne's County High School, on September 15th, we allowed 2 student groups to come into the school. It was under 50 kids, and it was on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then the next day, September 16th, the CT schools were able to come into the school. They needed their hours for their industry certification. So these students were the nursing students, cosmetology, welding, automotive, masonry, and carpentry. This was approximately 200 students, and they're being rotated throughout the day on Wednesdays in groups of 50. On September 23rd, we had school SAT day. This was located at Centerville Elementary School. 146 students participated, and social distancing and temp screenings were required. On Mondays through Friday, through 8:30 to 3:30, we do our textbook. We pass out textbooks. It's very successful so far. We're also able to give out our yearbooks from last year. On September 24th, I personally participated in the Mother Stars Food Pantry through my Interacts Club. It was very successful and very fun. We unloaded trucks and organized food for donations. In October, we are looking forward to our underclassmen pictures. This takes place on October 21st and 28th, and scheduling and safety protocols were sent out to the underclassmen via email.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you clean that table before you leave, Miss Natalie?
Grab a wipe.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Alexis Gross?
Hi, I'm Alexis Gross, the Kent Island High School board member. So in the month of September, we held the school SAT day. It was held on September 23rd. There was 202 students that successfully took the test, and guidelines were in place, and they ensured that students were 6 feet apart at all times, and students came in at staggered times to make sure the hallways weren't crowded. We also held a student of the month. So the winners were announced on the 29th virtually, but then our administration team took the extra step and delivered the trophies to each student's house. And then we've continued to do supplies distribution, and teachers will provide any and all supplies that the students need. This has really been big with our art classes to make sure they have canvases and all the coloring materials. And then in this month of October, we have our picture day, which got concluded today for the second half of the alphabet. And the first half was done on September 30th. We have senior portrait makeups on the 14th and 21st. And then Buck reports have been brought back to deliver any news, and they get aired on every Friday. And then just quarter one ends on the 30th.
Thank you. How do you do the Buck reports? They send it over?
So the class works together. It's our TV studio productions class, and they all will send in videos and compile them together. And because I'm in SGA also as the vice president, we were making a club's video for we can have our virtual club fair of a sort. So
That's great. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, 6:25, we're at public comment.
Public comment. We ask all speakers to keep in mind the following guidelines. Speakers should sign your roster, including their telephone number and address. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes in length. Comments longer than 3 minutes should be submitted in writing. Questions or statements to the board should relate to the matter of general policy over which this board has authority. Comments about actions, statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comment and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or the board president. If you have a specific question, the board will make sure an appropriate staff member responds to your question. The board respects your desire and right to convey your message, but freely, and ask courtesy to the board and its citizens to show respect for all.
First one, Mark Schiffinelli.
Mayor?
Sure. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Harper and members of the board. My name's Mark Schiffinelli. Some of you know me and some of you don't.
For the record, sir, where you live?
103 Wineland Way in Stevensville, 21666.
Thank you.
And I think most of you know that I'm running as a candidate for the board for District 4. And I'm grateful for the opportunity just to come and introduce myself, which is my intent. First of all, Mark, as you know, I'm running for District 4, which is the seat you're in. And I didn't come here to engage in a one-sided debate or anything like that.
We have two marks, one with a C and one with a K.
That's true. I hope everybody figures it out. But so I did want to come, though, just to introduce myself. I do understand the rules, and I will keep it civil. So, Dick, you can relax a little bit. And so about myself, I'm actually from Anne Arundel County originally. I went to public school over there, junior high school, and I graduated from Annapolis High School in 1981. Right after that, I enlisted in the Army. And I served 2 years as a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division, and then I volunteered to go to Special Forces, and I served out the rest of my 22 years total with Special Forces. During that time, I was fortunate enough to get back to Maryland. I attended Anne Arundel County Community College, and then I went on to University of Maryland, where I graduated with a degree in government and politics, academic honors, magna cum laude. Later on, I graduated from University of Maryland Law School. I've been a lawyer since 2005, and I've been practicing in Annapolis, Queen Anne's County, and Anne Arundel County. In the Army, I spent a lot of time in Central and South America, Asia, the Middle East, probably upwards of 5 years overseas in those countries. I speak fluent Spanish. And as a lawyer, I've been able to engage with Latino communities, both in Anne Arundel County, Queen Anne's County. I've represented literally thousands of persons, many in those communities in immigration law, but also family law, civil law, other things like that, personal injury. Having lived in Latin America and practiced representing clients here, I understand, rightly or wrongly, those who are here legally or illegally, I understand why they come to this country and what they're trying to achieve. And their desire, one of their desires to have their children have a decent, competitive education for a future. So I know I've only got a couple minutes. My wife and I have been in the county for 20 years. We've got 3 boys ourselves. All of them were in the county system. Is that a time up?
Yeah,
That is a quick 3 minutes. I appreciate the time to at least introduce myself. Mr. Anderson, I wish you the best of luck. I understand you like competition, and I hope I give it to you.
Thank you.
evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mark.
You too.
Ashlyn Simonetti? Thank you, Mrs. Pullen. Thank you, Mrs. Morissette. It's kind of loud.
So I'm not starting this until they actually start their comment.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's when I started.
Okay. So, and it is set for 3 minutes? Okay, great. Thank you. You want to tell Ms. Bass? Please. Ms. Simonetti? Good evening.
Hello, how are you guys?
Yeah.
My name is Ashlyn Simonetti, and I'm a senior at Queen Anne's County High School. I'm on the varsity field hockey and lacrosse team, and I've been participating in sports since I was 5 years old. All over the school, you look at the walls and you see posters about mental health awareness, time management, and ways to keep our bodies happy and healthy. While there are many ways to manage these issues, sports is something many people look toward when struggling mentally and physically. No matter how stressful school, homework, and outside activities such as work can get, sports is always an escape for many students to look to. Sports is a big motivation for students to work hard in the classroom as well. If they don't have the sport to remain eligible for, then they don't feel the need to keep their grades up and perform to their maximum capabilities. Without sports, there is no motivation, and what student athletes have known to be their normal was taken away from all of us. Every day, student athletes hope that our county would vote to bring sports back, but we are continuing to be disappointed in the decisions made for us. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Simonetti. Addie Kalk? Addie Kalk?
Hello.
Right here? Right in front. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Addie Kalk. I'm a senior at Queen Anne's County High School. I've been playing sports since I was 5 years old. Oh, can I take this off, by the way?
Sure.
Okay. I'm here to speak on behalf of Queen Anne student athletes regarding bringing back sports. I'm a part of the varsity lacrosse and field hockey team. Not playing a sport at this time feels upsetting and unfulfilling. Participating in a sport helps athletes' mental and physical health and makes them all around better athletes and students. I miss my teammates, coaches, and spirit of being a part of a family. Some of my teammates do not know where they'll be attending college and want to be an NCAA athlete. The juniors and seniors need their season so they can gather together highlights and stats to send out to colleges. By not having sports, some may be missing out on possible opportunities for athletic scholarships. Currently, QA Parks and Rec is holding multiple sports and practices and games among several sports and age ranges. There is a high school field hockey league that many of me and my teammates are participating in. These practices and games are being held at the high school on the new turf. Spectators are allowed and are following CDC and QA Health Department guidelines. Governor Hogan said that high school sports could start today on October 7th. Thomas Jefferson said on December 10th, 1810, "I give more time to exercise of the body, mind, believing it is wholesome to both," which talks about more of how being a student athlete will help more in the classroom, but which also will make students be more of a better student in the classroom. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I hope to get back to our sports as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Morgan Petronic? Morgan? Did I say that right? Yeah. Come on in. Good evening.
Can I take my mask
Yes.
off? Okay. Hi, my name is Morgan Petronic, and I am a current senior at Queen Anne's County High School. More importantly, though, I am a member of both field hockey and women's lacrosse varsity squads. I think I can speak for the entire student athlete body when I state that sports are not just an extracurricular, but an escape from responsibilities and hurdle in life. Today is a perfect example. As you can see, I'm in my field hockey uniform, Exhibit A, my shin guards. And the sole reason I play recreational field hockey as a senior is to escape the exhausting frustrations of online school and college applications. If I can manage to pay $50 for recreational sports, why can't there be a plan for a high school that's free and in the best financial interest for everyone involved? Sports now more than ever is an essential in our lives as it's our only sense of normalcy. The class of 21 have already had our junior and senior years compromised academically. Why should sports when there are plans being made in districts and states all around us? Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you. That's the last one on here. Mrs. Bass, is there anyone else? Bass, okay. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. So, Paul Simonetti.
Jeff, I just got a text from someone that said there's no sound on the QACTV. Okay, thanks.
Nothing like dead airspace.
That happened last time, didn't it?
That's okay. They've got to go down the hall to get everybody. Did you tell the second wave of people?
I went down there.
Oh, okay, you did? Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll be Marshall.
Mr. Simonetti?
Hi.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Sure, have a seat.
Letting me have an opportunity to speak. My name's Paul Simonetti. As many of you know, one of my daughters just spoke, and I was very proud. So thank you for listening to our student athletes. I'm here to support them and reiterate the same message. Let our kids play. Why? Well, first of all, what are the issues with their playing? Safety. I know at the last board meeting you were spoken to by our county health department, and the numbers continue to improve. Right now, in the past week, we had 20 positive tests in Queen Anne's County. We have over 50,000 citizens. That is extremely low risk. Most of these sports, for the fall sports, would be outside, right? Where risk is even lower. Now, here's the thing about Queen Anne's County. I hope all of you board members are aware. We have some really good people involved. You saw Coach Kesley today. She led her players to do something magnificent. But our athletic director, Mr. Wagner, he is not going to let a single player take that field without a physical. And the significance of the physical is so much more now, because our athletes that want to participate, COVID is a risk factor for some young adults. And yes, that has to be a decision between the student, the physician, the pediatrician, and the family. There might be a student athlete or two who may have pause to participate in higher risk sports. They may choose to participate in a lower risk sport. But I know one thing for certain, they're not going to get past Mr. Wagner without having that signed physical before taking the field or the court. Other things to be worth noting that our parents are willing to step up and support: transportation to get these kids to events. It's been a long time with this COVID thing. All of our conversations regarding nonprofits and fundraising, they've pretty well stopped. Parents are very willing to step up and support and help get kids who need to come to practice. See, with this Parks and Rec program, which, by the way, I was at Queen Anne's County High School watching high school girls play field hockey against other high school girls, and it does seem ironic that the county high school is not able to support field hockey, despite the fact that we just watched a field hockey game at the high school. But there are kids who can't participate because they can't come up with the money for Parks and Rec. They're a little quiet and shy. They didn't want to admit this. Well, we need to find those kids. And parents, we're going to make sure that those kids get a ride to their practices so they can participate. I'm really proud of Coach Kesley and other coaches like Coach Shanna that have coached my daughters that have encouraged participation from all levels. My personal story is involving my son. For those of you who don't know, my kids are triplets. Alex, who is on the spectrum, when he started freshman cross country, he was kind of a long, lanky kid, didn't quite fit in, but socially and athletically, he developed into, honestly, a pretty good runner. And that was his link to the green and gold of Queen Anne's County High School. If not for the support of Coach Agee, I don't know where he would be. And I wonder, are there freshmen right now that want to do cross country that really need that opportunity to get on that team and to get the opportunity to speak? Get the opportunity to be interrupted by a beep in the corner. Well, my time's up. Okay, the only other thing I want to say is if money is an issue, like I said, fundraising, it seems with our kids participating, 80% of our conversations in my house are about fundraising, and we haven't done any of it for a while. So I know parents are ready to go and start fundraising if need be to help support our kids. Again, thank you, each and every one of you, for the opportunity to speak, and Dr. Kane, and thank you for responding to my comments. So thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Nikki Morris. Ms. Pullen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies. Please have a seat. Good evening. Yes, you can take it off.
To this down here.
And for the record, you are?
My name is Nikki Morris, and this is my daughter, Alexis Jasky.
You live in?
We live in Stevensville.
Thank you.
She is a sophomore at Ken Island High School, and this has been hard. My concern now has a lot to do with the self-esteem issues I'm seeing. Self-confidence is dwindling, and I feel like we don't have a voice as parents. I have 3 children. She's the youngest. This is the first Board of Ed meeting I have ever attended. I left work early today because this is serious. These kids need back in school. We were supposed to flatten the curve. Didn't we do that? Haven't we done that? I hear there's 2 children in Queen Anne's County that have passed away from this, and that's it. I don't mean that as if they didn't matter, because they did. But how many other children have to suffer because of fear of the unknown? And then I hear we're going to go back maybe 50%. The technology that they're dealing with, virtual learning, isn't working. And if it doesn't work, the guilt is felt by her. She screwed up somehow. We've got Atlantic broadband, which is the worst I have ever encountered in my life. It doesn't work. It's not stable, and you have no other choice. I work. My husband works. Her brother just graduated from Ken Island last year and is now in the Army. He's gone. So she's left to herself. And when you're stuck and you have no outlet with your friends, you have no more sports, because she's a cheerleader. She doesn't have these outlets that she used to have. She doesn't have the face-to-face interactions. And her grades are suffering in a way I have literally never had a single one of my children go through. I'm begging that we use some common sense and get these kids back in school physically. Don't halfway do it. Some kids may get it, but they're not dying. Kids get the flu. Kids catch things. We can't strengthen their immune systems by keeping them hidden away from everything. We can't put them in bubble wrap, because if we could, I would have done it years ago with her. We can't. I get it, we're afraid, but we can't keep living this way, because the repercussions are now 10 times worse. Something has to give. And the guilt and shame that is being put upon those of us who disagree is not okay. And I'm asking that the schools go back full time, like Hogan said we could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard McNeil.
Richard McNeil.
Oh, I apologize. Joe Prince, yes, thank you. I apologize. Ms. Prince, I apologize.
That's okay.
Have a seat.
No worries, it happens. Right here?
Yes, ma'am. You can take your mask off if you like.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's hard
Sure.
to breathe. All right.
Name and address for the record?
Joe Prince, and I live in Cloverfields on Pettinat Court.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, one, I know this is not an easy decision. I work in school systems as well, and I know that this is a lot. But I want to express that our kids are not thriving in this environment. They need sports. They need human interaction. If we cannot come back, I have three high school students, and I know that they're kind of on the later end of going back, so I just wanted to make a small suggestion to consider maybe like a study hall for high school kids to come into the school building a couple hours a day so that they can get some guidance with Schoology, as well as just some help getting these assignments turned in. I think we all know they don't have the executive functioning skills to really get how to do Schoology and do everything on their own. And it's just hard when there are two working parents in the home. So I appreciate everyone in this room. I know that a lot of times this is a thankless job, so thank you. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Mr. McNeil. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I have missed your smiling faces.
We've missed you.
My last time here was February 5th, and I know that right after that, the whole world sort of kind of fell apart and everything else.
For the record, Mr. McNeil.
So welcome to everybody. My name is Richard McNeil. I'm president of the Retired School Personnel Association, and we are in sympathy, if that's the right word, with the Board of Education and all the teachers and so forth who are trying to get an education going for the students in Queen Anne's County. It's nothing that we've experienced in the past, and being a former principal, I can only say I'm happy that I'm not a principal right now making decisions. So I wish you well on all that. Safe protocols are not easily determined, and we all know that. I have a daughter who's teaching elementary school out in Colorado. She's in her 7th week. They've changed protocols for 5 times, trying to make the best of what it is. You know, a lot of times protocols are set up where you're sitting here thinking about it in a building, but when the reality comes in the actual school building, it's tough to implement those kind of things. So as you work forward, again, we are behind you 100% on that, Dr. Kane and everybody else, and supervisors and teachers. For all the retirees, I thank you for continually to financially support the health care package. For people who retire, one of the biggest things in their budget that they're concerned about is health. And we all know that even if you're not retired, it's still a big thing in the budget, and we appreciate your support on that part. Our retirees normally meet next Tuesday for our luncheon and meeting, but we are not meeting on that day for a lot of reasons. And but we are having a drive-through backpack collection. It's going to be held at Queen Anne's County High School in the bus parking lot right on the edge there from 10 to 2. If I may, I'd just like to leave a couple of announcements so that you know what we're doing, and with permission, I'd like to put one out here on the bulletin board, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
What our hope is that from 10 to 2, we can get our members. We have a lot of members who are going to be responding through the drive-through who would normally come to our luncheons with the idea of getting breakfast items, snacks and so forth to put in backpacks for kids for the weekend. We don't know who these children are. They come from the schools. They're identified through the schools. Our ultimate goal would be able to fill 100. That's a big goal, but we feel that we can maybe work towards that. And, not all goals are accomplished, but from that day, we're hoping for good weather. We're looking for good participation from our group and from the community also. These flyers will be going out into the stores and so forth. And if you haven't seen it, there are 2 signs in one in front of the high school and one in front of Subway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck as you go forward, and I hope to see you next month.
It's very nice to see you again, sir.
Good to see everybody.
Thank you.
They put you over there because you're in trouble?
Been there before.
Aaron Fields. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Karen Fields. I'm president of the Queen Anne's County Education Association, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues, our ESP, our parents, our students for working so hard to get this year off the ground. And I wanted to share something with you that never happens in the real classroom. Everybody brought something important to class, and one of my students brought her goat. So that never happens in the classroom, so you never know. So I won't read my entire letter because it is rather lengthy and detailed, but I will read parts of it. The QACEA conducted a survey of members and found that the overwhelming majority of members, 94% of respondents, are concerned about returning to school buildings until measures are in place to ensure the safest return possible with the flu season ahead and a fall season that public experts predict will see an increase in COVID cases. A hurried and unprepared return to school significantly compromises the health and safety of the school community. And we have bulleted points that we want to make sure are thoroughly addressed. Health suite isolation spaces, health suite air purification, safe, staff cleaning supplies, protective barriers, hand sanitizers, building cleaning and disinfecting. And I wanted to stop here because our ESP, our custodians, are really our frontline workers, and they are not feeling as supported as they could be at this moment. They're feeling a bit overwhelmed. And I'm worried that the day custodians are not going to have the time to do the cleaning and the disinfecting, that disinfectant that is needed, or the evening custodians have that time as well. Because I know you need to clean first and disinfect second. So I think they need a lot more support than they're receiving at the moment. Posting signs, face coverings, and then logistics. I was glad to see the survey came out today for teachers to figure out first, who is able to return and who isn't, which is an important component. I'm sure parent survey will be followed. We're worried about technology issues, especially if we do face-to-face in person and the camera. Are schools able to handle that bandwidth? There are equity issues to be addressed with teachers and students in that sort of a model. Let's see. Space and distancing. I know that the Tiger teams have worked really hard and that you'll see a presentation that is the result of hard work, but it's the details that are behind that hard work that we really need to make sure happen at the ground level, because it's really the classroom that is most affected by whatever the plan is that is actually implemented. Wow. I need to talk faster, but you do have
We do have it.
So, all righty.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do we have a copy?
It's in the email. Yes. Jed Cohen.
Well, your fingers are going to be really super clean.
Ms.
I do.
Pullen, thank you for doing this.
Very well. Jed Cohen?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Have a seat. You can take your mask off in here.
Thank you.
And for the record,
My name is Jed Cohen.
and where do you live?
I live at 224 Sparks Mill Road, Centerville, Maryland.
Thank you. Good evening.
And I'm 7th grade in CMS, and I live in a rural area and I do not have great internet, so I have been going to my dad's office, which is in Centerville, to attend my Google meetings. So I think that we should probably go back to school because I cannot do much from my house. And I think that we should go back to school because that would mean no more Google Meets and no having students just not be able to attend classes. So I'm definitely an advocate for going back. I know that there is a lot of issues with going back, and I really do think that we should try and get safety measures a bit better before going back, but I do think that we should probably go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chris Blanton. I hope I'm saying that right.
Chris.
Uh-huh. Good evening, sir. Have a seat.
Hi.
Good evening. For the record, sir, you are...
My name is Chris Blanton, 242 Lasons Hill Court, Churchill, Maryland.
Thank you.
I do have a quick question. Do you guys think that teachers are essential? I mean, no answer speaks volumes. That's fine. I came last month. I'm a parent, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a voter of Queen Anne's County. I said this last month. Last month, I talked about the order of keeping the schools closed as being detrimental to underprivileged students and working class families. I received no response as to how the school board would be able to help out these struggling families. Last month, I talked about how I called the school board and was mistreated and disrespected. I have still yet to receive a response. Last month, I said how I contacted the school board and was rudely told I should contact the commissioners, ask for more money. I never received a response. I guess I should start going to commission meeting and asking for less money since we're not getting what we're paying for. Last month, I talked about the county budget being $144 million, the school budget being $61 million with $6 million in debt, and how that accounted for 40% of the county budget. Last month, I spoke about the average cost of private schools compared to the average cost per pupil spending in Queen Anne's County, where I was looked at cross-eyed by at least one member on this board. Last month, I talked about how there was not enough Chromebooks. Shockingly, people are still waiting on Chromebooks. Last month, I asked how you expect working-class families working hours throughout the day teach their kids. The tax-paying voters of Queen Anne's County have received no response. I asked if you expect a parent to quit their job in order to teach their kids. The tax-paying voters of Queen Anne's County have received no response. Families are continuing to struggle to make ends meet, and you'll continue to throw stress and financial burden on them to take on a new career that they didn't go to school or were not trained to do. We're not teachers. We need you to do your jobs. Last month, I spoke on the lack of actual teaching time, and all you did was sugarcoat a garbage way of learning. Last month, I spoke on a survey that was sent out. 500 surveys made it back, 7,800 students in Queen Anne's County, net representing a 6.5% feedback. Now I received another survey a couple hours ago. Last-minute changes seem to be a common trend among this school board. Tax-paying voters want their kids to learn so they can flourish in life and not be left behind. School system continues to put an extreme burden on underprivileged and working-class families, and this board does nothing and has no answers. Stop wasting the residents and the children of Queen Anne's County's time at the expense of them being able to get a proper education. It must be nice to sit in the ivory tower and look on the peasants as they struggle to assist their kids in an education while they're trying to make ends meet. I mean, I guess if I made $170,000 a year off the taxpayers of Queen Anne's County, I could afford to get extra schooling they needed too. But unfortunately, myself and thousands of other parents cannot. I've also found out there are kids that are going to school for some time now, some have not, while there's also numerous sports programs at the schools going on right now. I also noticed at the last BOE meeting that folks that agreed with the board were allowed to exit out the front door, while the folks that disagreed were sent out the back door. I was one of them. I congratulate you on your rendition of Equality, a page that must have been taken out of Nazi Germany's book. You should try to practice what you speak. Open the schools and stop throwing stones at glass houses. I'd like a response.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, that's fine.
What's their name?
Good God.
Isabella Fields.
Isabella Fields. Good evening.
Hi,
For the record, you are?
I'm Isabella Fields.
Thank you.
I wrote quite a long letter to the board, so I'm just going to hit the main points. I'm here speaking on behalf of all the student athletes who go to Queen Anne's County High School. I personally am a senior. I've gone there all 4 years. I've played field hockey and softball my entire high school career. And the people I have played with, we've been playing together for 10 years. And the people we are playing against, we grew up playing with and then eventually against in high school. I know a lot of people in our schools, myself included, do not learn well virtually. I know a lot of us have never had the grades we've had now. We just don't learn. We're not getting the instruction we need. We're just struggling overall. We have to deal with spotty Wi-Fi, due dates that are really tough to get to. We have the same amount of work we would if we were in school, but we have less time to make that happen. We are in class for 45 minutes, 2 days a week. That is one class period when normally we would be getting 5 of them. We're just not getting the instruction we need. We're getting PowerPoints thrown at us, and we're told to read it, learn it, and then take a test on it. It's basically become get the assignment in by the due date, and that's not how I learn. I learn when I'm told the how, the what, the why, when I'm shown how to do it, and I can do it when someone's standing next to me helping me figure it out. And I've been playing field hockey since I was about 8 years old. I'm turning 18 next month. And myself and all of my friends, we've been talking since we started playing, wait for our senior year, wait for our senior night, just wait to graduate. And knowing that we might not get our senior year or it's gonna be cut short, that's just, everything we've worked for has just been cut short. Like, it's like almost like everything we've done just doesn't really count for anything. I know a lot of people who are not going to play in college. I personally am going to play in college, but for many girls, this could be their last time stepping on the field. This could be the last time playing with the teammates they've been playing for 10 years. And for them to not get their last chance on the field, for me to not get my last chance to play with these people I've been playing with forever, to play with the people I've grown up with. We just really want the chance to play, and we really want the chance to get back in school. And I know that it's going to take a lot of work. I know that there's going to be safety precautions put in place, masks, whatever. Every single person is willing to do whatever it takes for us to get back on the field, because it's basically a way for us to escape. It's a way for us to have fun and let loose from all of our stress that we get from school. It's just a really fun thing for us to do after school with everybody that we love and love playing the sport we love, really. And everybody just really wants to get back on the field and play.
Thank you. Is that all, Ms. Bass? Thank you very much. Okay, we're at presentations. 6.01, the capital improvement plan.
Good evening, members of the board.
Good evening.
President Harper and Dr. Kane. For the record, my name is Carla Pullen. I am currently serving as the interim chief operating officer. I'm here this evening to talk to you about our fiscal year 2022 capital improvement plan, which is essentially the state budget for public school construction. Tonight, I just want to talk to you about what the capital improvement program is, how the funding's calculated, what happens when, and what our requests are going to be for fiscal year 2022. The capital improvement program at the state level consists of two different parts. It's the Educational Facilities Master Plan, which you may recall from earlier this spring. It's a long-range plan. We update it every year. We look at our enrollment projections against our facility needs, and then we outline what our future projects look like. The capital improvement plan, what I'm here to talk to you about tonight, is the second step in that process. It looks at the upcoming fiscal year, 22. We start to look at projects for future years to give the state a heads up. We establish some timelines for when those projects will happen. We again prioritize our facility needs, and then we outline what will be local and state funding for those projects. The different types of projects that we look at are prioritized projects. We look at the age, we look at the building condition, and we look at the facility assessment survey that was done on our buildings in 2016. For major capital projects, those are $200,000 or more. Those are eligible for state funding. For our minor capital projects, those are under $200,000 and usually are funded by the county commissioners. This slide just indicates that we are required by COMAR to participate with the public school construction program, and where it is written that this document has to be submitted every year. We do have a state cost share with the state of Maryland. It's determined by a number of different things: our participation in different state programs, free and reduced lunch percentages here in our county, the unemployment rates, the per capita income, and the population growth. That determines what the state split will be. Both last year and this fiscal year, we are at a 51% state paid or state funded amount, with 49% then being a county commissioner responsibility to help us. Funding is calculated in this manner. We look at our projected enrollment. There is a state square foot per student number. We multiply those together and we get the eligible project size in square footage. We then take that square footage and the building size. We look at the state cost that has been allotted for that particular year, and that gives us our eligible construction cost for our requested projects. The schedule: in July, we submit our educational facility master plan, which we do every year. The capital improvement plan is then submitted for approval in October, and that begins our budget cycle with the state of Maryland for the next fiscal year. And in March, then, we'll be submitting our capital request to the county government. For construction, for both county and state, the funds then become available to us on July 1st. For planning and construction, we only get county funding. This is not eligible for funding from the state. And we are usually looking 1 to 2 years in advance of a project to get that planning underway. For our fiscal year 2022 priorities, we have 3. Only 2 of those will require funding. The first is the Kent Island High School roof replacement. You may recall that we were here last year to talk to you about the same project. The local government funded that in its entirety. The state only gave us a partial amount of $150,000 to show a commitment to that project, but they were not able to fully fund it in last year's cycle. So this year, we are going back for the full funding. The entire cost of the project is right around $4.7 million. Local funds were around $2.5 million, state funds at about $2.1 million, and we will be requesting from them this year just under $2 million to get the full funding for that project. If you recall, we have both shingle roof and low-sloped roof on that building. We are at the end of the life cycle. Shingles are problematic in this climate and so close to the bay. It's tough to keep those both on the building, and there's a lot of repair that's necessary. So our hope is to go back with a metal roof on top of those shingles, which will give us much more longevity. A little bit more cost up front, but we'll look at more of a 30 to 50-year warranty with that. And we feel that we'll have much better success.
So Kent Island High School is at 20 years now?
Yes. Yes.
That's hard to believe.
Right. The next project, our second priority this year, is the Centerville Middle School renovation or replacement project. We are only in the feasibility portion of this project, but we do have it on our state priority list, so they know that the funding requests will be upcoming in future years. We go through the process of the feasibility study and ed specs, then we request planning monies from the state, and then we will look at full funding in fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
Have we gone in for the planning cost yet? We haven't.
No, we
planning to do that this next.
Yes, we hope to go for some planning cost as well as for any associated funds for testing and things that are not covered by the state construction program.
When we do the middle school, we're looking at both either renovation or replacement.
Correct.
Does that also gel into what we'll use that building part, either some of that building or all the building for some other use?
Yes, that is something that we will look at as part of the feasibility study as well.
Okay. And I see this building's off the page, which is fine with me. But if that building was there, then it would be another player that is a building that could partially, I mean, it's got a good gymnasium in it, it's got a cafeteria, and it could be used into some other things too.
Correct, and we'll be coming to you in a few weeks to give you the final report on the facility assessment that was done of this building and to let you know where that stands and also to discuss any future funding requests.
At Centerville Middle, is that a historic building?
No, at this point there's no registration. It was built in 1979, so we are well over 40 years at this point, which is a very long time for a school building to be in service. There have been no major renovations or additions to that building, although it is in great condition at this point.
But we're not restricted.
We're not restricted.
Like we were with Stevensville.
No, we are not.
Great.
The third priority then that we have on the books for this year is Kennard Elementary School. This is a partial roof replacement. This is only over a partial section of the building. It is, again, to its maximum lifespan. We are having to do some repairs, and it is time to do a replacement there for preventative maintenance. And that total cost is $1.5 million with $663,000 what we will be requesting from the state.
Partial because the addition that was put on was back in 2012.
Correct. There is a roofing section over the addition that is still fairly new, and we also in 2017 replaced an area over the cafeteria that was done with local funding only, as it had not been replaced during the renovation.
And that roof is 25 years, right?
I don't know the warranty term off of that, but it should be in the 20 to 25 warranty period, yes. And then just to outline to you how we prioritize, we look at the life safety first and foremost of all of our projects. We look at the building envelope and all of the windows, doors, roofs, because they will help with our energy efficiency. We look at the capacity of a building and whether or not we have enough space for the students in that area. Again, energy efficiency as well as systemic replacement. Many of our roofing projects fall into several of these categories, so they are something that we are definitely trying to stay ahead of.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Capacity sometimes can be a very elusive projection. At what point are you sure that the capacity numbers that you're generating are correct and we want to proceed?
I can tell you that with the numbers that we project, we have never been more than 5% off of those projections, and that is calculated every year against the numbers from the Maryland Department of Planning. So we're required to submit those as part of our educational facilities master plan to make sure there is a check and balance, and we do that with the county government as well to make sure that the targets that we see are the same targets that they see as well. So there are a number of different entities.
I mentioned this concern before, and that is that most of the influx of new residents in this county are finding their way into 55 and older. So not only is there no adequate facilities fee, but there are no kids along with them to fill our pipeline. So yeah, at some point in time, we're going to be in a bit of a troublesome mode.
We work closely with the local planning department to try to forecast what new developments may be coming down the pike, as well as to look at some of those mitigation fees that you mentioned.
And that's a good planning and zoning department, by the way.
We're not talking about building a whole new building, well, possibly with Centerville Middle.
Potentially a new building, potentially a full renovation to the building.
Or an addition.
Or addition.
Possibly an addition.
Depending on what it requires.
And our projected numbers will play a large part in how much is available to us from the state. They will look closely at our enrollment projections.
What's your next deadline for on the CIP?
The CIP is actually due on Friday, so we'll ask later in the meeting tonight for an action item. It does require your approval.
And what happened to this building? It's not on the list anymore, I know.
This building, so we'll talk to you about that in a few weeks and some of the plans that we have. Technically, it is not eligible for state funding. There was some discussion about Anchor Points Academy and how that figures into a potentially new space or a renovation here, and we'll bring you up to speed on that and discuss the dollar amounts that are available.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Pullen.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2021 district calendar adjustment.
Mrs. Forbes.
Yep. As she comes in, Ms. Forbes, as she comes in, you have a yellow sheet in front of you, and that really explains what it is. I'll just read it. The 2021 district calendar includes 4 snow days. In consideration of the fact that QACPS has the capacity to transition between in-person and virtual learning, the school board is asked to reduce the number of snow days reflected in the 2021 school district calendar. On inclement weather days when schools would ordinarily be closed, QACPS will require students to log into the Schoology platform to complete their lessons for the day. Attendance will be taken in accordance with the attendance regulation, and students will participate in distance learning for the day. If inclement weather impacts power to homes in Queen Anne's County, preventing students access to devices for instruction, schools will be closed. The 1 snow day model, which there are 2 models in board docs that you have, will result in the school year ending on June 8th, 2021. The removal of all 4 snow days from the district calendar will result in no snow days model, which results in the school year ending on June 7th. And let's see, which model do we have in front of us?
The 1.
we have the one snow day. So that is leaving one snow day in the calendar out of 4 in the event that, the power is lost in the district. And the other calendar model is with no snow days, all 4 snow days removed.
And still ending on
June 7th.
The question on this, I know your calendar committee, I don't know if I used to be on it, it's a complex project, but was there any way at all they could throw one more day in there to avoid the last day of school being on a Monday?
So are you saying?
If there was no snow days.
So 2 snow days left in the calendar, is that what you're asking?
No, 0 snow days. If there was a way to that 7th of June, there are not going to be very many kids in there. So was there a way to throw one more day in there somewhere to where it would end on the Friday before that? Because we've done this before, and we don't have many kids in school.
Right. We have to be in school for 180 school days.
I know.
And we don't, once the holidays for the winter go by, we don't have additional days built in. There's one professional development day or a district day built in for the transition of high school classes in January for each of the levels. But other than that, we don't have days. By all means, Ms. Forbes, if you wanted to say something.
Yeah. And hi, and for the record, I'm Julie Forbes, Supervisor of Accountability Assessment and Data Management. Good evening, everyone. There are many, many things we look at. This calendar was actually developed, I want to say about 2 years ago. And so we're in the process of developing future calendars, and there are a lot of different factors to consider. So there's the 180 school days, 189 days for teaching staff. There's professional development days built in. There are required holidays. So all of those different pieces, and it's certainly feedback we can take into consideration as we develop future calendars and look at how that last day of school ends up to see if there's any, creative thinking we can do as a calendar committee to try to prevent this in the future. For this year, in order to really minimize any disruptions to anyone, because we know families have already started planning based on this calendar, the removal of the snow days was very, very minimal. So really the only effect it had on the calendar was changing the last day. All of the quarter and semester dates, holidays, all of those have stayed the same based on the original adopted version of this calendar.
Okay, so this is one we had already approved.
Yes.
Okay, all right. But we had more days at the end there, so it wasn't on a Monday. Okay.
Yes, I think the original calendar with the additional snow days had brought us to possibly the 11th. And had we not used them, we would have still concluded on Monday the 7th.
How do we treat early shutdowns and late start for weather?
So,
in other words, some of the kids have been in school and left early, or some of the kids all the kids were late getting to school, but we're still in school.
Those do still count as days when the students attend, so it does still count as a school day.
All right.
Yeah, we don't have to make those up.
So just in simple, we're looking at really removing snow days so our schools will shut down a little earlier. Is that where we're?
Yeah, and just I think ideally to help families plan ahead, help staff plan ahead, knowing that since it's probably more likely we won't use them, this just helps the community with some planning.
Could we? I mean, could this decision be? Why do we need to do it now, and not maybe later, and find out if we need snow days, and do this maybe in February or March? Because with everything we have with distant learning, and we don't know snow's coming 2 days in advance. You make that call probably at most times 4 or 5 in the morning. Will the children be prepared with their things at home? Will the teachers be prepared not going into school? I can just see a real cluster. When you sit there and go say, okay, we're not going to be in school, but we're going to do virtual learning. We're having trouble enough time doing it now when we know we're doing it.
So,
much
Mr.
less when we
Smith,
don't know we're going to do it.
Are you proposing that we hold off getting rid of the snow days until after we don't have
Until we know,
anything?
so we have more information and see what the weather's like. Yes.
Does it hurt us not to do that?
Absolutely not.
So in March, if we find out that we haven't had to need them, we can get rid of them and end the school year.
And we can save a day or two, and virtual learning goes fine just by flipping the switch, which I hope it does. Then we save a day. But if it doesn't, and we can't do it, like you said, the internet out or something, then we have that ability to keep.
We have it there.
These kids aren't learning enough right now. Take days away from them is not going to help anything.
Well, That is absolutely not a problem, but this doesn't take days away from them.
No, but
They
what
have
I'm
to be in
saying
school
is-
for 180 days.
I want them in school as much as they can be. That's the thing.
yes.
It's the
you know,
same.
Virtual
Yes.
just to me is not,
But
I know we have to do it now, but it's not the best way.
But ending the school year, we can wait until February or March after the snow
Yes.
threat has passed us and changes.
We get some in April too, but the more time we have on our hands, the better decision we can make.
Okay, so you want to table this discussion until the March meeting? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Do we need to vote on that?
You do, because you have it as an action item, so when it comes around, you just vote no.
Do I have a motion to table?
But we just voted up or down like Dr.
Right, it's on for action items, so you can just vote no at that time.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm
Ford.
sure you agree with
Appreciate it. The QACPS Recovery and Reopening Plan update.
Team 1.
Seems the snow days are one of the few times we have control over booking something and being able to know it's there and then using it later on. I see no reason why we should change anything. It's there, spend it later or not.
Did you see it, Ms. Pullen? Okay, very good. All right. Good evening, and for the record, I'm Andrea Kane, Superintendent of Schools, and I do have with me this evening several of our Tiger Team managers, project managers, as well as some pertinent members of the teams. So we will have multiple speakers this evening. I'm going to get started, and then we're going to have our leaders for Team 1 to continue. So if you slide to the next screen, the purpose of this evening's meeting is certainly to provide you with updates for our recovery plan. We're also going to share with you some proposals for 50% return of students at 50% capacity this evening. Next slide, please. Of course, you know we have not changed the structure of our recovery plan. We have 3 phases: our planning and organizing phase, then we look at implementation and support, and of course, we always are looking at an opportunity to evaluate and adjust our plan. The timeline that you see before you, you used to see several dates there. We've gotten rid of those dates. They're so far behind us, it seems, that what we've included now is what is pertinent. And of course, on August the 14th, all districts were required to have their recovery plan posted, in which Queen Anne's County did. On September 18th, we received approval of our plan by MSDE, the State Board of Education. And today, we are looking at sharing with you a recovery plan with our updates for 50% capacity. And what you're going to note is that there are lots and lots of moving parts here. You've heard from several parents. You have heard from several of our teaching staff, and you'll hear a little bit more tonight, and we'll share some models with you. And the idea is to begin to implement right around that week of November 2nd. As I mentioned, we do have all of our Tiger Team managers here with us, as well as several other members of the teams. Just as a reminder, Tiger Team 1 worked on facilities and operations. Tiger Team 2 worked on the continuity of teaching and learning. Team 3 was about accountability, grading, and reporting. Social and emotional support was the focus for Tiger Team 4. Tiger Team 5 worked on technology and connectivity, and Tiger Team 6 worked on staffing, professional development, and changes that we needed to make to teacher evaluations. And I'd like to thank Ms. Pullen and Ms. Fellers for leading the very delicate intricacies of logistics and safety and food service and transportation and all of those important things for Tiger Team 1. And so they are going to present updates for Tiger Team 1. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. For the record, I'm Carla Pullen. I am the interim chief operating officer, and here with me is Maria Lagares Fellers, who is our school health services coordinator. We were tasked with heading up Tiger Team number 1 for facilities and operations. The Team 1 recommendations have shifted slightly based on some of the guidance that we've received from MSDE, as well as the Maryland Department of Health on guidelines for safely returning to school. As always, our first priority has always been to keep our students, our staff, and their families as safe as possible while we try to manage the desire to get our students back into the classroom. Our first category is building access and building utilization. Our recommendations would be that we ask students and staff to self-screen before boarding any buses or entering any of the Queen Anne's County Public Schools facilities. This follows the MSDE and MDH guidelines for a safe return. We would request no outside visitor access except for immediate student needs. Meetings inside the school would be held in designated areas in the office conference room or in another designated space. A 50% return would give us 10 to 15 students per classroom, depending on the square footage space. That would allow 6 feet of space between student desks, and we would look to utilize spaces such as the media center or the cafeteria or other auxiliary areas if we find that there are particular spaces that are not enough to give us that 6 feet of social distance. Decluttering of classrooms is important. This means devoid of personal belongings, removing soft furniture, carpets, no centers, no learning centers or shared equipment, and that helps us to more safely sanitize each of the classrooms and assure that they're safe for the occupants. We'd ask that we create cohorts where feasible, and again, no shared supplies or equipment. The cohorts are much easier for us to maintain in elementary schools.
Just asking a simple question. The people watching this may not understand what a cohort is. The first time I heard it, I thought about a Roman legion. So just explain what we're talking about.
We can certainly do that. So a cohort is a small group of students that is intended to stay together for the majority of their time within the school building. They would travel together, utilize the same spaces, utilize the same restroom areas so that it remains a tight-knit group without any exterior interference, and especially in terms of virus spread.
Public might call that a bubble, their bubble.
Cohort or bubble. So these cohorts that we mention, a little bit easier in elementary schools based on the fact that they usually spend most of their time in one classroom per day. Once we get to the middle and high school and the need arises to change classes, that's where the cohorts then are more broken up and we're not within those small groups. The groups have become a little bit bigger. We do have some issues with cleaning and sanitizing between classes if we are changing classes on a daily basis. And we'll look for some participation of both staff and students in this process. We're also recommending that isolation spaces and physical barriers be placed within the schools. Right now, we have the isolation spaces in the nurse's office complete except for one building and also at Arise Academy, and those plans have been determined and the schedules are set for the work to occur. Plexiglass barriers have been completed in the front offices, in all of the reception areas, in the nurses station, and in serving lines in our cafeteria point of sales areas. We are currently working on the media circulation desks, which are it's a fairly new requirement from MSDE for media centers.
Ms. Poland, can you explain to the public, because there's a concept that each teacher should have a plexiglass. Would you describe why that's not happening?
The idea has not been proposed by CDC or any of the recovery plans that have been put out by the state. And the reasoning for that is that there is a 6 foot of social distance that we'll be expecting from the teacher as well. Along with their PPE, their desk, their teaching space will also be 6 feet from everyone else.
We heard from a representative of our employees. One of the comments had to do with what would seem to be undue pressure being felt by a janitorial staff. Is it possible for you or one of your people to find out what they're talking about?
Yes, we certainly
relieve them
will.
of their concerns?
We certainly will, and I have a slide for you that will address cleaning specifically and some of the things that we're doing. In fact, that one is up next. So for cleaning and sanitizing, we recommend utilizing e-mist machines that will disinfect all classroom and high traffic areas in between those cohort or the small group bubbles. These misting machines have been purchased by the district, and you may recall in some of our earlier presentations, we were awaiting their arrival. They have started to arrive. The misting machines they utilize our standard green cleaning disinfectant 404 that we utilize to clean the buildings, and it is COVID approved. It adds a positive charge to that cleaning spray that clings to any surface. It eliminates the virus, and it's a very, very fine particle that then no longer needs wiping down. It essentially fogs an entire room. As of last week, we had 15 units on hand between handheld units and between our larger cart units. We're still expecting 6 more carts to be in and 9 handheld units, which will give each school building 1 of each.
Will they be in here by by the end of this month?
We expect them within the next week, the remainder. So currently, for small group instruction, our custodians are sanitizing high traffic areas like doorknobs, levers, handrails several times per morning while students are in the building. And we would expect that this practice is absolutely going to continue when we go to 50% capacity. Also during small group instruction, the evening cleaning protocol has included our full COVID checklist. This is the same cleaning process that was done after the buildings were shut down during the March pandemic. That checklist is to be adhered to the door after it's been done in the evening, so as someone approaches the next morning, they know that their classroom has indeed been cleaned. When we go back to 50% capacity, there will be the standard evening cleaning that is typically done with trash, with floor cleaning, with any soiled areas, full cleaning of bathrooms. However, we plan to fully disinfect with these e-mist machines the entire building every night. Very recently, we sanitized an entire middle school in under 2 hours. So it's completely feasible that this can be done on a regular basis and without any trouble.
Do we have enough staff to do that?
We do. So we, at the current time, have 64 total custodians. We have 17 that work the day shift, and then we have 47 that are on our evening shift that will be responsible for doing most of the cleaning with the e-mist machines. If we do have a student or staff member that's symptomatic during the day, these e-mist machines can be used to sanitize the isolation area or the nurse's space that will do a complete disinfection. The space is vacated for about 10 minutes and then it's safe to use.
I think it's important that the public understand that, and the teachers understand that. We gotten a lot of emails from teachers concerned about that. The e-mist machine and this process is new, basically new from what they thought was happening.
Yes, it is new. We actually have a meeting with our lead custodian scheduled for this Friday for some additional training on some of the new equipment, and we will be finalizing our details for a 50% return, and then all of that information will be clearly transmitted to our buildings so that it can be accessed by anyone, so they can see exactly what the cleaning procedures are set to be at any given time.
Is there, just for the public, could we, at some point when we do sanitize a room or a hallway, video it or something and have it on our website, so just give somebody an idea what, because sometimes I think I'm too basic, like a chicken house and fog in the place.
Yes.
But it's how it's actually be done in a school building.
Yes, we can certainly do that, and I think it would be helpful if we did it. We have training videos that are available, but I agree with you that it would be more helpful if it was relevant to our system and to see exactly how that what's done and what it looks like.
Get some confidence in.
Mrs. Morissette, you had some questions?
I do, and these are questions staff has been sending. The big one I've been getting is the cleaning supplies so far being used. There's no labels, so they don't know what chemicals are in there. They are harmful to the people using them.
We've rectified all of that. We understood that there were a few bottles, and it's our standard 404 cleaner, so we have labeled all the bottles as well as hand sanitizer.
And the question after that is, what exactly is it killing? Is it killing the flu, the COVID, the strep throat?
Yes, so it has been determined that it is appropriate for use with all of those viruses, especially with COVID, and it's already part of our green cleaning program that we use within the buildings.
So with the green cleaning, the next question is safety around these chemicals for people who are pregnant, who are immunocompromised, who have sick people at home.
Sure.
They're using a lot of these chemicals through the day.
Sure.
So their exposure.
And that's a difficult question to answer. We have reached out to the different manufacturers and we've asked for some sort of certification. And the roadblock that we found is that in this time of a pandemic, it's very difficult for a company to give a certification of that sort, especially if it's designed to kill a virus. They're very hesitant to put a completely safe for use label on that. So we're still reaching out and we're trying to get whatever information they can give us, but to kill the COVID virus, there has to be certain chemicals within that to allow it to work.
The next big question I had, again, was from bus drivers. They're trying to enforce the mask, but they're not told who has to wear a mask and who doesn't. So now they're not sure if they're enforcing it on the right students. Just like they would get a seizure protocol on a bus, they should be told who has to wear the mask and who hasn't.
We can do that. So Maria will be sharing with us more on PPE use as well as in some of our next few slides, if we could answer that and come back to your question for that one. I think her information will help with that and some of the privacy issues that we also are working through with our bus staff.
Yeah, because I imagine even if kids, even they're moving a little bit through the schools, it's still, if I'm not teaching that child, I don't know that they have an excuse note from wearing that mask.
Sure.
So I know as a student, if I got it 5 times a day, I would feel a little hassled.
Sure.
I know I don't have to wear the mask, but why is everybody asking?
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a HIPAA violation?
So we wouldn't go into the details, right? So the way and I will certainly reach out to my counterparts and to my contact at the Maryland Department of Health, School Health Services, because we are very cognizant of confidentiality. But I recognize the dilemma, and I think we could probably come up with a workaround. We won't divulge why the mask exemption exists. Just identify, as you suggested, we have emergency action plans, that have.
And the parent agrees to let certain people see that. So if the parent agrees, yes, please share this letter because I don't want my son or daughter traumatized from being hassled throughout the building and then the bus. Yeah. And then the child may not become irate when asked to do it.
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable, and I'll look into it for you.
I mean, I know my child has a seizure plan. I want her people to know what to do. So the more people you can share it with, the better. Mm-hmm. So I would think most parents would be up to saying, I'll sign something.
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable, and I will definitely look into it with the Maryland Department of Health. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Is that all, Mrs. Morissette?
Yes.
Okay.
For this one.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. And for cleaning and sanitizing, we would just also add that we are highly encouraging that breaks for hand washing and cleaning in the classroom occur as well, just so that we remain diligent about that type of hygiene practice.
Before you leave there, Ms. Pullen, we just had Karen Fields in, and she did send a letter to us asking about the written cleaning and disinfection guidelines be posted for everyone, so that, and then posters put around the buildings. I see training on the 404 disinfectant. She's brought up the hand sanitizer. So Do we have enough hand sanitizer to go into each of the classrooms?
At this time, yes, there is hand sanitizer in every classroom. We also have added stock that we are starting to send out to the buildings that will allow for just hand cleaning. We have large amounts of alcohol wipes that are currently making their way to us, so there will be very large tubs in every classroom. And depending on the amount of time and the final delineation of how classes will be sanitized and cleaned between class changes, there will be other protective devices as well as cleaners that will be allotted for every classroom.
So masks,
too.
gowns, gloves will be provided.
Whatever is necessary and whatever is recommended through the manufacturer. If we're asking someone to utilize 404, we're going to provide the necessary eyewear and gloves that's required to do.
And when do we think we'll have delivery of all those products?
It's already currently in the school.
Okay.
We already have that.
Yeah, there is a point of contact in each school that's identified as the PPE point of contact and the point of contact for hand hygiene items and infection control. So those are specific people that are tasked with tracking, allowing us to know what the burn rate is, how quickly are certain items being used, and that allows us to plan ahead, especially as we're moving, to 50% capacity. And then along with that, there's also a list of, for each group, like the teachers, the special educators, the nurses, what items they're expected to have access to as well. And that was shared actually in our reopening plan from the beginning.
And we have to have some kind of estimate of how much we're going to burn through.
Correct.
Once we have 50%.
Small groups has allowed us and is allowing us to start getting that data. We didn't have that data before. We had no idea what the burn rate was going to be for gloves for the surgical masks.
So we're talking about like 10% capacity now. When we go to 50, you'll have some kind of correlated data.
Yes,
Okay.
and we're constantly reordering PPE and cleaning supplies.
How hard is it to come by right now?
Some of those much harder than others. Gloves are very difficult right now. Wipes have been difficult also. It ebbs and it flows, but we're trying to keep an eye on everything just to stay ahead of it.
Okay. And every school has a specific storage space for this?
Yes, a locked storage space.
Okay. Are we keeping anything at the warehouse, or is
There are some items, yes. There are some items that are stored at the warehouse as well as the central office building.
Sorry.
How is that? I know that one of our schools has like 200 kids in it or something. So I'm wondering, and that's almost 50% of that school. And so you're saying I have no idea how this small group thing has worked, but the data that you're gathering, I mean, right now we're in pretty good shape, right? And if we get
yes.
If we get the information for the 50%, so if we get the information that you've analyzed with the small groups, then we'll be able to start moving ahead, projecting way ahead, and getting this stuff ordered so we can continue the 50%.
Yes,
is what you're saying. But right now we're good for 50%.
And we are starting to see the items that are going a little bit faster in the schools that have many more students. So that's giving us an idea of how quickly those things will be used.
And there are some times when the burn rate is high and it's just because we just needed to go back and say, hey, this PPE is for this purpose, this PPE is for that purpose. Even though we shared that information, and I'll talk about that with my slides, sometimes you just need to gently remind them saying, hey, this is when you use this, it's appropriate to use this at this time. And we're able to stay ahead of that as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Just because we've heard it a few times, public comment tonight, why 50%? If somebody could explain that so the public understands we just can't pull 100% of kids back in this, because I don't think they get it.
Yeah.
Good question.
And even if you go back to Governor Hogan's plan, he never said to open the doors and have 1,200 kids at Kent Island or Queen Anne's County High School. That is not the order. And so it's because of restrictions on the large group meetings. That's why we went with 50%. And we have to keep, it's not just restrictions on the large group meetings, but it is still 6 feet apart. Right. And we can't open the doors for every student to come into the schools on every day, just like pre-COVID, and maintain 6 feet of space between children.
I think the big confusion is when they hear Governor Hogan say daycare is 100%. restaurants, 75%, why can't schools? So I think people are very confused about why.
Yeah, it is. And schools are designed for congregation, right? Schools are designed to put large groups of people in one facility. And in order to maintain 6 feet of space, we have to split our groups so that we can maintain that 6 feet of space.
And the buses are 6 foot and 50%? Because that's a confusion as well.
Yeah. And so, there is some conflicting information on there, but we're working hard to keep family groups together so that we can fill our buses to 50% capacity. And that's what we're working on right now.
But we haven't had the CDC guidelines yet to release that.
That has not been released.
That has not changed by the CDC about
Physical distancing.
the physical distancing.
Correct.
Is it for us?
State mandate.
I'm sorry. It's a lot of people talking at the same time.
Sorry.
No, I mean, you said last meeting that
Dr.
as long as we take
our health department acknowledged that he would be fine with 50% of students on buses if we took temperatures. We have worked to try to make that happen, and we are unable to get a person on every bus to take the temperature of every child to maintain, to keep that information. There's also, and all you have to do is, look at what the CDC is saying. There is a lot of unreliability in those temperatures, the temperature scans. So, we're trying to work on that, but that was the recommendation from the health department is 50% on buses with temperature scans.
What is the problem with getting people for that?
Correct.
We had a lot of people that we let go.
Yeah, we did, and some of them are unable to do that kind of work. Some of them come from a funding source in which they are not allowed to do that type of work. So there are, all of this is pre-COVID when we got government regulations for how we can use paraprofessionals. And we didn't have to put them on buses to take temperatures at that point. So we are unable to have staff on every bus to take temperatures.
I mean, we can't get waivers for that? We can't ask for waivers?
Waiver from whom?
To use the paras for that?
No.
I mean, are there other methods, solutions to this instead of just saying we can?
Absolutely, and that is to have family groups on the buses because family groups can sit together.
Okay, so we've arranged that. We've gotten.
That's what I said we're working on. So as transportation tries to work with the principals on which groups of students are going to come back, or if we're going to go by alpha, we're trying to work it so that it aligns with the periods that kids have their courses, but also family groups staying together. So that aligns with the cohort model that Ms. Pullen had talked about earlier, trying to keep the same groups of kids together in schools, but also on the bus. So if we can have more family units, it's going to be more beneficial for a family if they've got kids going to school at elementary and middle or middle and high, if we can keep them together on the bus. And then that way they can sit together on the bus. And they're in school on the same days and not a variety of days during the week. So we're trying to respect the cohort model on the buses so that we can fill them to 50% capacity.
Okay, then my question too, I haven't received any information. Have we gone to each individual, in particular the high school or the schools, the public, to find out who needs a bus and who doesn't?
That's something that we'll talk about in our transportation, but yes, there are surveys that are currently in process to find out an overall number of who will be necessary to have transportation.
You're going to talk about that at the bus?
Yep. We have a slide for transportation.
And I'm sorry, I would like to address it while we're on the subject. So Dr. Kane pointed out the fact regarding staffing shortages to address this particular issue. You also have to keep in mind that there, as Dr. Kane said, the unreliability, it's not just of the device itself, because there's also user error. It's the fact that it's being used in an outside environment, and there is documented information available that you're not getting accurate readings when you're doing temperature readings outside, because it takes into account
the ambient environment, the child's skin temperature, if it's cold outside, or if it's a 100-degree day outside, or in this case, we're past that already, but for the cold and so forth. So it is not rigorous and it is not scientific to do it in that environment. Even the instructions for the thermometers tell you that the person has to be inside a building or inside a controlled environment for 10 minutes before you take the temperature. So there is that to keep in mind as well.
Well, another alternative that I was checking on was if the parents, private school, right now what they're doing in a private school, they are requiring the parents, and they've got an app actually, that they fill out every single morning that says, yes, my child does not have a temperature, my child, there's like 5 things, hasn't been exposed, and they have to provide this information before the child gets into school or goes on the bus. So that's an alternative without having to, since that's been relatively approved by Dr. Ciatola, that's an alternative way to handle that without having to worry about it. So
we're still investigating several software programs as well. One of them, I'm in discussions with other nurses on the Nation forum with other school health service administrators. So it's not something that we're ruling out. We are investigating those options. But we also have to keep in mind, we're going on the assumption that, and this is very far-reaching, I know, but not every parent is going to have that phone or that ability to transmit the data, just like we're having issues with virtual learning and so forth.
No, they have a piece of paper. They have a piece of paper they provide then with that information. It was signed off with the kid brings with them.
Got it.
That's the way they work it.
Thank you.
I was wondering if something like that was already happening, because a few bus drivers said in the morning they're being handed a letter, do not pick up so-and-so today. So is something like that already happening?
No, that's something else.
Oh, okay.
But in our recovery plan, we do say that we do expect that parents will, and in our student process map, we do expect that parents will not send their children to school if they have 100.4 temperature, if they are exhibiting any of the symptoms. So we do ask that parents screen their children for that.
And I'm sorry, I know we're jumping completely out of order here, but since we're on the subject, we are following the guidance provided by the Maryland Department of Health. So it's not like we're going rogue and, saying we're not going to listen to those recommendations. These were put forth on August 28th of this year from the Department of Health. They delineate some very specific examples of our choices that are available. And it does clearly say that the schools can identify and choose the most feasible strategy to conduct this symptom screening process. So that's what we've taken into consideration. On the bullet points, these documents are available as well. We are having the staff and parents attest that temperature and symptom screenings will be conducted daily, and their child will not come to school if they have a positive screening. So the thing that it says, though, is if we choose to go this route, we have a certain responsibility to make sure that's happening. And one of the things they identify is that we have to do, it has to be accompanied by frequent reminders to parents and guardians. And those can be in many different ways. It can be a weekly push out through our, social media outlets, through our
Messenger.
Messenger. So we are going to follow the recommendations that the Department of Health tells us to follow.
Okay, great.
Sorry, we strayed.
Oh, sorry, we're jumping the gun on a lot of this.
That's okay. No, I mean, we might as well address it while we're on the subject.
Go ahead.
I heard that we don't have staff to take temperatures, and then I also heard that that wouldn't be very accurate anyway because somebody's coming in from cold weather and so forth. But there's another reason to have a human being on the bus. And you got 50% of the bus filled. They're all socially distanced, and the bus driver's going to school. When he looks up in his rearview mirror, and all the kids are all clustering together somewhere, what does the bus driver do? He screams, "Get blah 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 blah," and they don't listen. So he has to pull the bus over, go back, sort all this out, get back, and what do the kids do? Go right back to where they were before. I mean.
And keep in mind, sir, that also means that person that's on the bus is another warm body that counts in the capacity numbers.
Oh, I'm sure they would be safe. Well, it's fine.
But
they can
it is
keep
another
the
warm
kids
body.
from interfacing.
And one less student.
I recognize that.
If we can't afford one, which is impractical anyway.
Okay. You can afford
I don't want to
it.
read
It's
in the
not about
newspaper that a
affording.
bus
You can
went
afford
off the
it.
road because the bus driver was yelling at a bunch of kids that wouldn't listen, and we're all carrying on, acting like kids. Just saying, somebody
thank
ought to
you for
look
your-
at it, make sure that we're safe.
Thank you for your input, sir. So are we on the transportation
We're on
slide now? Okay,
transportation
good.
now, so we'll talk about that. So we're recommending that we do put one student per seat, but we would stagger them. So the first student would be against the window, the one behind them would be at the aisle, and it would go back and forth. So we are getting a little bit more social distance between the students as well. We would clean and disinfect between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 runs, either with our 404 solution or with the e-mist machines, and we would get a sign-off from bus drivers that that had been completed every day.
The bus driver has to do it, or one of
The
our?
bus drivers are responsible to do that, both our county drivers and our contractor drivers. We recommend loading buses back to front and then unloading front to back, so that keeps those that are in their own space there until everyone else has disembarked. And we fully support having parents opt in for transportation or commit to transportation, and that speaks to some of the parents that may be able to provide transportation themselves. We would have an accurate count of that, and we would have a commitment from them that they were going to provide that for their student or
The whole year,
for a predetermined amount of time, which is undecided yet.
a month's notice change.
And we haven't done that yet.
We have not done that yet.
The
That is
survey
part
that
of the
came out
plan.
today said until normal operation.
Said what?
The survey that came out today said whatever you sign to is what will be until normal operation commences.
That's right.
I got both surveys.
Was that a survey they wanted today, or a question, or a form that, who's going to do what? I mean, I was shocked by it because I heard it over there. I don't have any kids in school, so I didn't get it. I don't know what, I'm just hearing rumors.
We can certainly get you a copy of that, but I believe it was
It's one
the
question.
parent survey.
Well, there are two questions on the parent survey. One is, are you going to send your child back to school if we return at 50%? And the second question is, will you need bus transportation? And but the comment is that if you choose bus transportation, we're asking that parents keep that same schedule for the remainder of the time that we're in this period of 50% capacity until we get back to regular school with all kids every day.
So this thing today is just for logistics. It's not, I mean, that's not going to affect our decision of opening 50%, just another part of it that we know what we'll have to do, either more buses or less buses, or more learning or in school or not.
So we know what parents want to do, correct?
So are we actually getting the name of the parent and the child? I mean, we're keeping track of all that?
Yep, it went through Schoology, it went to parents, and and for each of their children, and we asked them to fill it out for each of their children.
I think some of them confused today because they thought if we
They got multiple.
we make a decision tonight, and all of a sudden you're asking this question 2 hours early. The time didn't seem very.
So we wanted to make sure that they had it for this conversation, because as soon as you vote one way or another way, the emails are going to start flying, and we want to be prepared. So we just want to make sure that they have it. The window is until the 12th. That's on Monday coming up. So people will have plenty of time to respond.
So you sent it out, so you have to the 12th for parents to respond to this.
That's correct.
It's not going to affect this vote tonight because
We don't know, you don't know, none of us know who's
we didn't do it 2
responding
weeks
what.
ago, so we're going to know.
Correct.
And we'll adjust what's necessary to make sure that we adequately take care of all our kids.
Correct.
And one thought too, that everyone may not get the survey, so, my thought was they got home rooms. And they could, when we get done with this whole thing, we could go back to the homerooms and say, give us the actual numbers. I mean, at least on the high school, middle school level, they can handle it. So, I mean, to make it thorough for you, I'm not wild about surveys, because surveys don't give you data, and unless you have forced that on the survey itself. I just don't like the word survey. It's data gathering that we have to have.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass that to everyone who's been sending me emails.
What happened?
What's the survey about?
If by Monday we don't have 100% response rate, will families be called and asked so that we know 100% who's coming, who's not, what they need?
We'll ask schools to get involved if we don't hear from families.
And one last thing that I'd like to add for transportation. At this time, with the proposed schedules that you're going to hear from Tiger Team 2 about, we are not anticipating catastrophic increases to the transportation budget. We expect that for the most part, the routes will remain the same with some modifications. There will just be half the student capacity. We'll still have the same commitments per day, potentially a little bit more, depending on whether or not there's a staggered schedule, but we're expecting our same Tier 1, Tier 2 mode of transportation. The time frame just may be a little bit different. Once we have our school rosters and we see who has opted in for this transportation, that's going to give us a better sense of changes in routes as well as any overages and mileage, and we'll be able to have that budget discussion in much greater detail. Food service. What we're proposing with the schedules that you will be hearing about soon would be a grab-and-go breakfast that would be eaten in the classroom. We would also propose, in the interest of time and as much time in the instruction period as possible, that grab-and-go lunches are then taken to go as the student leaves for the day. Food will still be served in closable to-go containers, everything ready to go so that there is no outside handling of the food. We've gotten good news that the food service will be free for children 2 to 18 through December 31st, and that is provided that the funding remains stable. Once we're back to 50%, we may need to look at revisions to the 5 meal sites where meals are available. And there are just a few things that I wanted to bring up in regard to food service. One being that with the grab and go, we do have students who have been receiving these type of meals since March. That's without hot meals that have been served within the school. So just to let you know, of course, that's a concern of ours as well, that the students have been doing a grab and go for a long time, but we feel it's still in the best interest of the instructional period that we maintain that.
So we need to make sure that everyone, the public understands, these are the people that have been entitled to do it. This doesn't feed the whole school.
This has been free, yes.
For the whole school?
Yes.
Like, they go back to Kent Island High School, they'll get 2 meals, anybody there?
This is for any.
We all get a lunch.
Yes, this is for any child 2 to 18 in the buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So we are seeing that since we've brought small group instruction back into the buildings, that the number of meals that we're providing at the 5 sites has dropped pretty drastically. We anticipate that once we go back to 50%, we're going to see fewer meals being taken at the middle and high school level, and that does bring up some concern with meeting our meal guarantee with Sodexo, but we're going to keep watching that closely as well.
We have a guaranteed number of meals we contracted with them.
Correct.
As far as the grab and go.
Exactly. There's a contracted amount per month.
And that was made in addition to the contract we already had with them?
No, this is the contract with them. Yes. This is the Sodexo contract.
Okay. Yeah. Rather than it being in the cafeteria, now that it's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and the reimbursement.
I thought it was
an
addition.
No, the reimbursement that we receive from the state and from USDA for any of the free meals then goes toward that as well.
And then there's another one we need to be sure the public understands is we received email from somebody that talked about that their child can't go all that time without eating.
Yes.
So they know they can get a breakfast and they know that they can get a lunch.
And we have actually already gotten the waivers at some locations to add a snack in the afternoon and supper as well. So there are more opportunities for food service in the community.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Maria to discuss some of the specifics to school health.
So we'll start right off regarding the masks. They are required except when eating in all Queen Anne County public school buildings, and that is following the Maryland Department of Health and MSDE guidance for use of cloth face coverings in schools, which was updated on August 28th. It does delineate that the use of cloth face coverings in school are required when not contraindicated due to a medical condition, disability, developmental immaturity, or other health or safety concern as indicated by the CDC. So you'll note that I've mentioned on there that mask exemptions will be considered on a case-by-case basis. They will require a treating physician order on file along with the school nurse or school health services conferring with the treating physician, and that was taken directly from our health officer's recommendation. So he advised and said that if we are considering mask exemptions, then we need to have that in place. Now, there is a little bit of a difference in that if the child is physically unable to wear a mask for various reasons, the mask exemption is not necessary, if that makes sense.
One of the issues brought up about that is the teachers and the staff need to be able to have some kind of recourse if students see a person who can't, for whatever reason, can't wear a mask, and they all of a sudden, well, he's not wearing his, I'm going to take mine off. So we need to have some kind of a disciplinary.
So the rule is that you wear your mask, and if you don't wear your mask, that is a discipline. That's a disciplinary infraction, and so our general rules apply.
Okay.
So if you're able to wear a mask, you wear a mask.
I have actually tasked my nurses as well to investigate a little bit deeper as to why the child might not be wearing the mask or choosing not to wear the mask. So there will be some discussion from the school nurses with the student just to see if there is something else going on. And once that's been ruled out, then we would definitely go the route that Dr. Kane was mentioning. And also keep in mind that at that point, then they can go the virtual model, virtual learning.
And would they have somebody like a armband or something, it's a wristband or something, so teachers would know who has a mask on, who wouldn't, just so I'm not asking, Dick, why don't you have one on? But I got a pin or I don't want to make them stand
That's tricky.
out.
Right,
but,
right.
How is a teacher going to look down a hallway and see 10 kids and 2 don't have a mask and know if they're supposed to or not? How do you, is there some way we can, do something? I don't know.
So we're going to go along the same route as we would with like the emergency action plans that are in place that assist the teachers in knowing what students have accommodations in place for other reasons. So the school nurse will communicate with the teachers to let them know who are the students that have that accommodation in place. It's just like any other accommodation.
And then
it'll be done tactfully and it'll be communicated to the teachers.
And then Dr. said if people do not follow the rules with social distancing, bus issues, mask issues, then you just do virtual learning.
Correct. So the next item I have on there is we will provide guidance on proper use of PPE. And so to meet those requirements, we shared with our staff and will continue to share because obviously the staff that are in with the small groups have already received some of these documents and will continue to share it with the staff that starts to roll in for the 50% capacity. There are several documents. There's the PPE considerations for instructional and support staff. So those are the staff that are working intensively with students, perhaps the students that have those mask accommodations in place, or students that have more fluid, like drool and things like that. So there is guidance provided for them, and there's also guidance in the form of videos as well. They should be linked in our reopening document. So it's very specific. And then we also have guidance from NASN that tells them when to use it and for what. Because as we mentioned before, the burn rates are what's going to drive our supply. And so we need to make sure that when the PPE is being used, it's being used for the appropriate task or by the appropriate person, whether it's a school nurse versus a special education teacher versus the teacher who's standing in the class providing instruction. So,
and today, I'm not sure if you got it, I'll send it to you. It's a email from one of the nurses that we just got, and she said the PPE was an issue, and someone is one that some of the nurses are having to buy their own to be sure they're fitted correctly. So I'll send you this
Well, I can
email.
address that. So our nurses were fit tested, and it's a respiratory protection plan that is delineated in OSHA documents. And to be able to wear the N95 mask, you have to be fit tested. And in that process, and I won't identify who they are or how many, there were some nurses that were not able to pass the fit test process. And so that could be for any number of reasons. And one of the reasons could be facial structure. It could be their, I can't be tactful. There are reasons why you would not pass the fit testing on a specific mask, and we have to offer them options. The options that are afforded to us by the CDC and by NASN and by other guiding documents are that they would use a KN95 mask with a face shield or goggles. All of the school nurses have been provided that equipment. KN95 masks, face shields. The ones that passed the fit test were given the N95 masks. We are in the process of reaching out to several of our counterparts, the Maryland Department of Health, even as high as our medical director for the state of Maryland, to get guidance on finding N95 masks that are smaller sized. It is one of those supplies that are in critical shortage across the nation. And so to address that, they've been provided alternate PPE. So I've not asked any of the nurses to purchase their own PPE.
Okay, well, I'll just make sure you see it. I mean, they're not against doing all this. They're, I'm not trying to put anyone under the bus here. No. But I'm just trying to throw out things that can be solved, in relatively quick time.
Absolutely.
So I'll
And we
make sure
solve
you
it.
get a copy of the email.
That would be wonderful.
Sure.
Yeah. And we did solve it by providing them what's appropriate PPE when someone fails a fit test to wear an N95 mask. And please note that once we get the smaller size N95 masks, we are going to have them refit tested with those masks. So there is the potential that they will be able to wear those masks and wear the N95 mask.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Sometimes there's instances medically why you cannot use an N95.
That is correct, and that could be related to, anxiety. It could be related to constriction, the nares. There's lots of. It's very fitted, very, very, very tight, and so yes, you are correct.
And you're requesting them to wear this specific mask?
So they have options, and I can get to that. It's on the next slide.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we've talked about the PPE. So we're also going to follow the CDC guidelines for cleaning sanitation after the ill occupant, and that involves once the student has been removed from the isolation space or from the health room, there will be communication to the custodial staff member so that they can come in and use the devices that we have available and make the space usable again. Next slide, please. So we've been tasked with identifying the protocol for management of individuals who develop symptoms at school, and we have those processes available. It's the COVID-19 school year 2020-21 health room visit process. If you could click on that for me. Thank you. And it's sideways. It isn't pretty. I have it here. Bear with me here. I'll get to it. It is available on the website. So what this guideline does is that it tells the teacher exactly what to, thank you. It tells the teacher exactly what to do if she has identified a student in her classroom that is of concern. And that's whether it's for a COVID-like symptom, or if that's for an injury, or if that's for, a dizzy child, whatever. It starts at the top, and I'm not going to read it to you guys, but it clearly says this is what you do first. You call the nurse, and if the nurse identifies that she needs to come to the classroom, she will go to the classroom. All of the health rooms have been provided with mobile response units, rolling devices. They're lockable, so they'll be able to have medication, hot packs, cold packs, Band-Aids, everything they need so that they can pivot and move should their space, for whatever reason, become not usable because it's being cleaned, or because they need to respond on site to the classroom for whatever reason. It also delineates on there what PPE to use depending on the situation. So if it's an injury, there's one type of PPE, and if it's related to COVID-like symptoms, then we go on to the next level. And so the box on the bottom left, the big one, where it says if the student presents with any one of these. Those are the guides. We are following Maryland Department of Health, MSDE, document that was issued August 27th. It's COVID-19 guidance for Maryland schools that identifies those are the parameters that we are dismissing students from school for. So if they meet those requirements, it then goes on to say exactly what PPE the school nurse or the COVID designee is going to be utilizing. If they fall in the other column, meaning it's not related to COVID-like symptoms, they would follow that process as well. The nice thing about this document is it's easy to use, it's easy to follow, so anybody can follow it. So let's say the school nurse is not on site after school, while they're waiting for students, so anybody can follow this process. It was recommended during one of our meetings with the association that this document be provided, laminated or in a sleeve in the classroom, and we are certainly amendable to doing that. Normally, we don't share school health services forms and documents in that manner, but it is something that's very reasonable, and we would certainly allow that to be available for them.
I think this would be as necessary in each classroom as the, what are those bags? The
to-go bags. Little Band-Aids and things like that.
Crash bag. Yeah, that's what I call it, the crash bag.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it makes sense. It's something very, very reasonable. Yep.
Offset, I just tried to access these.
Yeah, so up here, I'm very careful about security, and I was getting requests to open the document and share it with people, and it was not people that I recognize. And so now that Carla has told me that I can allow people who have access to the link to see it, we will certainly open it up.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure who was asking me for the documents at the time.
Okay.
So if we can go down to the next document in the presentation. Yep. While you're doing that, so the next document that is in there, the next protocol that we've addressed or that we are addressing, so it's not just screening and preventing from the illness to enter the school. It's once, and this is a question that some of the staff, teachers, parents, some of the folks in the association have asked us. So what happens when we already have a kid in school who now has developed COVID-like symptoms? What's the process for that? So we have that process, and it is the COVID-19 school year 2021 notice of illness. And so what this document is, it's a communication and a tool. So the nurse will use this to communicate to the parent, and she'll also use this as documentation of what's been shared to the parent, because we follow the CDC guidelines, we follow the guidelines from the Maryland Department of Health and MSDE on what happens when a student is sent out with COVID, or a staff member. There are certain steps that we have to follow, meaning is that child going to be out for 10 days? Is that child going to be in quarantine? And so forth. So we want to make sure that we are able to communicate to a parent or guardian, this is when your child can return, or the earliest your child can return is. And it delineates 1, 2, and 3. If they meet this criteria, they come back. If they meet this criteria, they come back. If they meet this criteria, they come back. And an additional step that we added to this process is discussions regarding bus transportation, because we also wanted to make it clear to the parent or guardian that if your child has been identified as not being able to attend school because of these symptoms, then they are also not eligible to ride the bus in that moment either. So if the parent decides to send the child the next day to school, regardless of what the documentation has guided, there will be communication with the bus driver and guidance for the parent. No surprises. Everybody knows exactly what's expected of them. It also has the symptoms listed on there so that the nurse will circle the symptoms, and this is a tool that the parent or guardian can then turn around and share with the pediatrician or with their primary care physician. Dr. Salmon also tasked us with sharing specific information to families when there are symptoms present, and one of those things was emergency warning signs. So this document also is shared with parents, and it tells them these are the emergency signs that you have to look out for and what you should do if your child is experiencing those symptoms. So this is the process. We would follow this to exclude or dismiss a child from school, and it allows them to know when they would return. So the protocol addresses return of ill students. And then the final piece is documentation for our at-risk population. And this actually isn't a new process. We've always had ways to communicate to the school nurse or to the school staff that a child has a medical condition or requires additional accommodations or care when in school. It starts with the emergency contact documentation. It starts in InfoSnap, and then it goes from there with communication of the school nurse to the parent or guardian. We direct the parent or guardian to speak with their provider to see if their child is a child that would be better suited to do virtual learning, and then we document that process.
Do we do that already, some of that, before COVID? Do we? We have done
Yes,
that
ma'am.
before COVID, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so let's say you have a child with asthma. Somewhere in the InfoSnap or somewhere there's that little sentence that says my child has, or any medications that they take, and then it's picked up by the nurse and ran with.
Okay, thank you.
All our schools currently have some level of students in them, different classes and stuff like that. All our teachers aren't back yet. I mean, some are doing virtual. Are all these things you're telling us right now available in these schools right now in all the classrooms, or will they be put there? I mean,
They're happening now. In fact, we use this process already. It is the process that we've used and tweaked, and so that is the benefit of having had the small groups, just like our burn rate data. Something to also mention with this process is the fact that I am communicating with the communicable disease, with some of the members of the communicable disease team on a weekly basis. So we are having discussions regarding persons under investigation. It happens daily with myself and the nurses, and then it happens weekly with the health department. And they've been most generous in that if I have a question on the day that I get the PUI, I'm able to communicate with certain staff members my concerns, and we take our guidance from them. That involves close contacts, that involves decision-making on notifications. We are taking our guidance from the health department.
Carl, is all our classes have sanitizers and gloves and
Yes, all of the classes have sanitizers. The one piece that we are undetermined right now will be cleaning supplies, and what cleaning supplies will be disseminated to each of the classrooms depending on the level of movement throughout the building and what we will be asking staff to assist with.
But the teachers that are in there now have all these assets and things to them.
They do.
So they have sanitizer in their room.
They have sanitizer, they have 404, they have gloves,
face shields,
eyewear.
eyewear and all that. So every teacher has that availability right
A
now.
teacher who is currently working in the building with a small group population.
Okay, what about any ones that are there just doing virtual teaching?
No, at this time they do not, because their instructions are to be in their room and no closer than 6 feet to anyone else. So there should not be anyone
So if the teacher's there by themselves, they might not have it. But if
Correct.
a teacher's there with any students, they would have it. And they would all have it when we go back 50-50.
Yes.
Every teacher, every room, everybody.
Yes, correct.
So while you're bringing that cleaning situation up, what I am getting from some folks is that the regular cleaning of like the bathrooms is not happening. What's going to happen if we go back 50%? You say the door handles are being cleaned.
Yes.
That has got to be made sure that's actually happening.
Yes.
For the people that are in the building now.
Yes. So we're meeting this Friday just to discuss some of these issues, to make sure that the processes that are in place are being followed, to make sure that we have a check and balance system of how that's going to happen, and also to prepare for 50%. So it's understandable that there are concerns and we're addressing them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I have one more question on that too, is you have supervisors, custodial supervisors.
Yes, we do.
And I guess I did some research on cleaning companies because I wasn't clear about how many custodians we had, and maybe we needed to supplement that, with some of the, because we are missing a couple of custodians. I think I shared that with you. So in that, they talked about how the supervisory people have to follow up on it.
Yes.
And, in the buildings, they have to follow up. I know one of the complaints that my child has had the entire time he's been in schools is how the bathrooms are always so gross. Well, I understand that with the boys, and all, but this is more important now that more than anything, that we keep them clean. So that was kind of the general information we received from one of the several of the emails too. This is just general cleanliness in the building. And this company said that the important part they saw was to do a better job just with the supervisors actually following up on stuff like that.
And I would agree with that check and balance system, and to make sure that we are following up, and also so that the staff that are using the building and the students that are using the building know when it's been cleaned. And that's part of the checklist process that we are implementing, that it will be placed on the door or within the space so that everyone knows that it has indeed been done. If there are concerns, that they can bring it to the appropriate people.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you both.
You have the floor. So we have one more section that is under facilities and operations, and I'd like to ask our athletic directors to come forward. As you know, there have been many different changes with athletics. This is part all on its own, and they've been working very hard to come up with some recommendations for us.
Real quickly, Ms. Smith, Ms. Gross, would you like to go ahead and go? It's 8:30, and I know that you all have class in the morning, and I'm sure you have work to do, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Ms. Poland and Nurse Feed, I just want to say that this is terrific stuff. I've been kind of hot on it for a while. And you all, what was just described to the public and is clearing up a lot of the concerns in the association's checklist. And so it's important. What Mrs. Fields saw and came to us with, a lot of those items have been going on with this, and hopefully you've got some good liaison with her. It sounded like you do with the association, to say, here's what we're doing. And you've knocked off quite a few of these things, so thank you for that.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For the record, I'm Dan Harding, Assistant Principal and Athletic Director at Canal High School. Next to me is Dave Wagner. I'll go ahead, I guess. Teacher and Athletic Director at Queen Anne's County High School. So thank you for letting us explain kind of and really update as a matter of principle where we are with athletics. So I was here with Ms. Pullen and Dr. Kane a few weeks ago, gave an update. We have had a return to play committee for quite a while, pretty much right after COVID settled down to a degree where we could come back in and start working together. We were tasked with a return to play committee to just look at what re-engaging athletes would be. You will remember that we were successful in re-engaging athletes on campus in off-season conditioning in the months of July and a little bit of August. And then, as I think was prudent, we went virtual in our education and therefore kind of paused but kept meeting as a return to play committee to see where that is. For the public's knowledge, the Return to Play Committee consists of multiple coaches, both athletic directors, Ms. Fellers, Dr. Ciatola, and many, many others, school administrators. We try and get as much input as possible. So what we have to kind of update here tonight, I really don't think there's much value in going through the current CDC guidelines for cleaning and disinfecting. We just went through quite a process, and trust me when I tell you that we will clean and disinfect as needed and probably more. However, MPSSAA on September 11th approved a 2-semester return to play plan, which allowed school systems to begin, really effective immediately, a first semester re-engagement plan. And we submitted 2 to MPSSAA for our first semester, and both were approved. One was a virtual, the second was in person. The in-person, I'll click on it real quick. The in-person plan does list a number of things, but really most importantly, it actually outlines, and again, there are dates on here for reference, and this would be the earliest the Return to Play Committee thought it was even possibly safe to return. So MPSSAA was asking for some parameters, and our committee said that if it is safe to do so, we would like to look at the possibility of returning to athletics, not competition. That still remains in second semester as part of the 2-semester plan, and I'll get to that in a second, or Mr. Wagner will. but that at the earliest possible on October 19th, we could potentially be bringing back student athletes safely in conditioning or sport-specific skill practices. And then you see there's a spring season and a winter season. Again, for the public, the reason that's a little bit out of order than normal is the second semester return to play on February 1st begins with winter. So our coaches, and I think it's wise, our winter athletes will have a chance to have reconditioned right up or very close to the beginning of the winter competition season.
In addition to the practical concerns of daylight, temperature outside, we very quickly run into issues with we want to make sure that what we're doing doesn't conflict with the academic day, obviously, education-based athletics, but you have a number of practical constraints that very quickly become an issue, daylight and temperature being the two. So we thought by focusing on fall and spring while it's warmer, and then move into winter, obviously when it's coldest, it does also give us the advantage that Mr. Harding said that we'd be moving right then, fairly soon, into the winter season itself.
That's correct.
So from the practices they do for fall, like in October, once you move into winter season, they stop?
So the way that it would work is kind of we are looking at this as a standpoint of what we could offer when it was decided that athletics would happen. So we looked at how we could have 3 fairly equitable not competition, but more conditioning and practice sessions. So unlike summer conditioning, which wasn't sport specific, this will allow students to be engaged in sport-specific activity that could prepare them for a season. So when we look at this first semester, the state's been pretty clear that there will not be tryouts, there will not be cuts. It's really a way that we're really focused on engaging students in something meaningful. I was very proud of our student athletes that were here tonight. How awesome is that to see our young leaders standing up and saying what they think is important? And we're trying to give them that. It might not look immediately like a competitive season. In fact, all across the state, unanimously, the supervisors of athletics have said that they favor the 2-semester plan over what they're calling the contingency season, this October 7th start for a competitive season. So our goal is to get the kids on the fields when it's deemed appropriate to do so. It's to get our kids involved in these things that they're considering, to use their own words, an escape, something meaningful, something that motivates them in the classroom. We know the value of that. As a teacher myself, I know the difficulties of teaching a student who is in and out of season. They're different, but that sport always gives them kind of the impetus, the drive to get done what they need to do. So we are trying to give them that. That is our goal here. But we also know that it needs to fit into a much larger plan. So I think the plan we have, at this point, we're looking at sport-specific restrictions, things to keep the kids safe. And as Mr. Harding said, there's no point in talking about how we're going to sanitize this and that. But know that we are working with Ms. Fellers, with the local health office, and then following all guidelines.
So the modified second semester is what you're proposing? Or, well, I'm sure the Bayside Conference has to.
Yes, so the Bayside Conference has already weighed in, along with all but a very few counties, and they have actually, Anne Arundel County last night, I think, succinctly put it, they're going to stick with the 2-semester plan. However, it does the third and final. I'm not going to click on it if it's okay, because it seems to mess with the presentation, but it is available online. I know many accessed it last night when it was up, but this MPSSA supervisor's proposal to PZAM does throw out another proposal, which is widely accepted and really encouraged by superintendents. But what happened was the supervisors of athletics for every county in the state proposed a different start date than February 1st. So I think a lot of the community is concerned that, well, why would we wait till February 1st? So I could tell you Mr. Wagner and I and the Return to Play Committee was concerned about an October 7th date, as that seemed, that's today, so that seemed kind of quick. We're concerned about an October 19th rollout as far as getting all the logistics done and make sure we're doing it safely. But we think we can get there. What the state supervisors of athletics did was say, hey, to PZAM, we are asking for a December 7th start to the competition winter season. So really, if you go to the February 1st date, they're just proposing to move that February 1st date up to December 7th. That seems to have the backing of, PZAM, I believe, yesterday morning, Dr. King, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe PZAM sent a proposal along with the supervisor's letter to the state superintendent asking for the December 7th competition start date.
Very suspicious. December 7th.
Yes. Historically, perhaps.
We don't end up with the same number of casualties.
Yes.
So I guess I still understand when they start winter competition December 7th, the workout, the football, getting ready for football halts, and then they don't go back until.
So the way it would work, yeah, it's a really good question, and maybe I wasn't as clear as I needed to be.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
It's
It's
all
probably
good.
not you.
So what we're envisioning is 3 short season-specific programs. So consider a mini fall, then spring, then winter season. It's not a competitive season. We're not looking at going against other schools. We would run practices that could involve conditioning to get the kids back in shape after this extended time, and then sport-specific skills. Students would be grouped in pods and then work with a single coach. We heard about cohorts earlier. It's kind of the same idea. So we would not even have necessarily entire teams, but large teams would be broken into smaller groups. It reduces the risk, keeps everyone safe. So we would run, kind of our general idea was 3 to 4 weeks of fall, 3 to 4 weeks of spring, then 3 to 4 weeks of winter. Athletes could register just like they would for the competitive season in each of those small seasons.
So we will not be playing out of county at all. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
So maybe to clear up, because it does get confusing, especially as I just threw in the December 7th date. So right
you just
now.
said there was no competition, and I'm like,
Correct.
We're not playing.
Before December 7th, before that second semester start.
So the first day to play for winter is January 4th. So we will probably play, Canaan will play Queen Anne.
So the two
Maybe the
semester.
next week they'll pay.
Well, the 2-semester plan has right now, the approved 2-semester plan that the Return to Play Committee has opted into has competition season starting February 1st. So the first semester plan, which runs up to January 29th in that outline that I had up there a little bit ago, will allow for what Mr. Wagner's talking about, which are 3 segmented seasons of re-engagement for conditioning and skill-specific practices. We would not look to compete during that first semester part until we got to February 1st. February 1st would begin the second semester competition season, which then you would fit your 3 seasons, beginning with winter, then fall, then spring. At that point, what we've talked about, Ms. Harper, within the Bayside Conference is staying regional, but then competing against the North Bayside, for example. And then the South would compete against itself, and then maybe the culminating event would be a Bayside Championship, all within a 4 to 5 week window per season. What the MPSSAA supervisors of athletics proposed, and what we're in favor of, is adjusting the 2-semester plan so that February 1st date becomes December 7th. Now, what that does in reality, though, is messes up our 3 seasons that we have leading up to February 1st. But I believe the community would be supportive of that because we would be getting to real competitions sooner, almost 2 months sooner, which I think we hopefully would be able to do safely.
So we understand our first semester plan isn't the competitive schedule that people are looking for. But when we talk about team building, skill building, conditioning, and the benefits of physical activity, the first semester non-competitive sessions would be a huge advantage and really get us started on the right track. Summer conditioning was a great way to get kids involved in something that wasn't even sport specific. And the feedback we got was overwhelmingly positive. Between both schools, we had about 200 athletes, socially distant, outside. This will be many steps beyond that. Figuring those pods of whatever group we end up having, those pods of athletes will not just be conditioning, but doing sport-specific skills and possibly scrimmaging amongst each other. There are ways that we could build in local competitions, by the coaches being creative, finding ways to make sure that this is meaningful in that way, so that when we get to second semester, whether that's February or December, as this kind of alternative plan is coming, the PASAM letter indicates, then we would have engaged our athletes in something meaningful. They would be that much better prepared for the season, that much better shape, and better just whole body wellness.
So we are going to have outside competition sometime either December or February at some point, and that we're going to be visiting schools, they're going to be visiting us.
That is our hope. Obviously, that'll be dependent upon the health metrics at the time.
Well, I was just going to get to that. How do we know that we're visiting XYZ senior class over somewhere down south, and we don't know whether they've actually sanitized the visitors' locker room? I mean, that sounds kind of strange, but maybe some schools are not in tune with things. I mean, after I've seen presentations here, we're really in tune. We got some really great people working on this, but how do we know that our kids are going to be safe visiting someplace else?
So
some standard that people are going to have to.
Sure, I would say the CDC guidelines, MSDE, and the Maryland Department of Health, trust me, are guiding all of these. I would take this opportunity to say within the Bayside Conference, the superintendents do a wonderful job of, the Eastern Shore superintendents do a wonderful job of sticking together, making decisions, which is in the best interest of the Eastern Shore. I would say same thing with the supervisors of athletics and the athletic directors and principals within the Bayside Athletic Conference. To help with that, we met yesterday, and the Bayside Athletic Conference did, and as I mentioned in an earlier statement, we would look initially to stay with our North Bayside. So, for example, Queen Anne's County Public Schools would probably go no further than Dorchester County up to Kent County. There's a number of schools there, so you can get a good competition season in. The south part of the Bayside Conference would take care of themselves, and then the culminating event may be a Bayside Championship, which are exciting. We run those normally. You could limit fans, still allow parents to come in, those type of things as the health metrics improve. So, Kevin Kelly, I think to answer your question, and a question that I've had many times, if we are allowed to safely come back into the building in the winter and utilize weight rooms, and all these questions still need to be answered, not just by the return to play committee, but by health professionals. If we're allowed to do that, and we can figure out how to continually engage our athletes and condition them, we're allowed to do that even when the season starts. So if I was playing football and in this first semester football season comes and goes, the practice session I'll call it, and I still want to engage, if I can do so in a healthy way, and we're allowed to do it, we'll provide opportunities as we always have. It will be difficult because gym space, field space, daylight, the health department, I mean, all these factors are going to remain a constant, but we'll exhaust every opportunity to keep our athletes engaged.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I've got one.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. When will the announcement be made? Because we heard quite a few students tonight, they're eager to get back to some activities. So when will decision announcement be made?
This is part of the reopening plan, so you'll take a vote on that tonight.
We came out with the mindset of when we are told athletics are to begin, that we have a plan in place that we think keeps everyone safe, but also provides something that's meaningful.
Well, just to clarify, we don't vote on when you all start sports back. That's a part of the Bayside Conference.
No, we have the plan for start.
Okay.
But whether or not we get to announce what we're going to do as associated with this reopening plan depends on our vote tonight.
You all still get to do what you're doing.
We are doing this together.
You have to approve the October 19th start. That's the way I understand it.
You don't have to approve the dates. We're sharing with you the plan.
Okay.
You're approving whether or not our reopening plan at 50% capacity is acceptable.
Okay.
This is included in the plan. We already have
we won't do this if we don't do a 50% reopening, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
You're not separating them, though. You're putting them in the same.
We need to see what happens, and what we can't do is we can't have students, out and about and needing to use the building if we don't have students in the building, with athletics. So what we need to do is we need to think about what makes sense. We have the plan. The plan was shared with you. If for some reason tonight you decide that you do not want to move forward with the 50% plan, then I'm going to go back to our colleagues here, my colleagues here, and we're going to decide what we need to do.
Bottom line, we're voting on one opening.
Correct.
To 50 opening, along with the sports, depending on December or February, which is a little bit limbo. If the board does not decide to go back, then the next decision would sports be isolated. If we go back, it's not going to be a question. Well, let's cross that bridge. Hopefully we'll have 3 votes.
Correct. And if we don't, then I'll meet with our team and we'll decide what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Tiger Team 2, continuity of teaching and learning. Thank you very much for hanging around. We appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
And you all may want to bring a couple chairs with you and sort of, because we have several people for Tiger Team 2, so you might want to bring a couple of chairs, sort of space yourselves 6 feet apart so that you're not just hanging back. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Tolley and Ms. Welch. They're going to share with us the updates for Tiger Team 2, which is continuity of teaching and learning, and it also includes the schedules with the hybrid models. So welcome, and thank you for being here and waiting.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. For the record, I'm Adam Tolley, Supervisor of CTE and Social Studies.
I'm Louisa Welch, Principal at Bayside Elementary School.
So Ms. Welch and I reconvened our Tiger Team 2 that we worked with over the summer and started to look at the 50% opening model with our team. And while looking at this model, we looked over all the kind of ins and outs, what was to be considered with the 50% opening, and mainly really looking at the schedule. So what does this look like for students? What model works best? And we analyzed what we had looked at in the summer, and basically things have changed. As you know, things change on a daily basis. And so again, we reconvened the team, looked at the models, and figured out to the best of our ability which model is the best for our students. And so we looked at each level, elementary, middle, and high school. We met extensively with principals. We met together. Principals created their schedules. So we have principals here tonight that will share the schedules that were created for each level. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Welch.
All right, and I'm going to share a little bit about what an elementary hybrid model would look like for us. So the potential scenario that we have proposed combines face-to-face and distance learning following the MSD and DE and State Board of Ed recommendations. These include the fact that all schools must include at least a total of 6 hours per day. We must have an average of 3.5 hours across the grades of synchronous instruction, which could be potentially spread out over the course of the day. Half-day pre-K should be at least a minimum of 1.5 hours of synchronous instruction spread out over the course of a half day. And of course, all of these are dependent on the current health metrics that we have in Queen Anne's County. So for the elementary hybrid model that we are proposing an AA-BB schedule. This is where the student population that wishes to attend in-person face-to-face instruction would be divided into 2 groups, A and B. Group A would attend in person on Mondays and Tuesdays on an abbreviated schedule. Group B would attend in person on Thursdays and Fridays on an abbreviated schedule. And then the opposite cohort would participate in asynchronous learning throughout the morning and then synchronous learning for a short period of time in the afternoons on the opposite day. Wednesdays, nobody would be in school, but all cohorts together would participate in virtual synchronous learning throughout the day. Students whose families choose to remain 100% virtual then would become a separate cohort, and these students would potentially need to be regrouped into classrooms taught by teachers who would be teaching 100% virtually.
Just a question.
Sure.
We tend to use, words that may not be fully understood by the synchronous learning. Is there some literal translation that we can?
Yes, so that's a good question. Everywhere where we've said synchronous, that means they are online with the teacher.
The teacher.
Or potentially they are online with the teacher and then the teacher assigns them to go do something and let's say come back and check with them in a couple minutes. But it's pretty much synchronous means live with the teacher. Okay. Asynchronous means you're going to do some follow-up work from the previous teaching, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, but sometimes unless somebody asks the question, it might not make sense out in the ethosphere.
That's right. That's right. And we do want to make sure that the parents and the general public understand that. So on the next screen, you'll see kind of a model of what this could look like. This is a sample schedule. I will say the times are subject to our transportation availability, and we would still be using a tiered system for transportation. So the times, for example, might match Bayside, but it might not be exactly what it would look like at another elementary school. So on Mondays and Tuesdays, for example, the first hour of the day would be teacher planning. From 9 to 1 or for 4 hours in a solid block, student cohort A would attend school in person on Mondays and Tuesdays. We would have about an hour for the teacher lunch and that transition period, understanding that dismissal and arrival is going to take a little bit longer with the new way that we have to do things. And that, again, as Tiger Team 1 said, that would be a grab-and-go lunch. And in the afternoon from 2 to 3:30, the B cohort would be online and synchronously learning live with the teacher for about an hour and a half in the afternoon. Then the opposite groups would participate Thursdays and Fridays. And again, on Wednesdays, every Wednesday, everyone would be home, but you would all be online with the teacher. And then there would be a period of time in the afternoon for office hours, which teachers could use for small group instruction. They could use for follow-up with parents or individual students that needed help, and a variety of things. And I know for a fact that teachers have been using that time very wisely. Again, this is just a sample schedule, and we note that students who are 100% virtual would potentially need to be reassigned to a teacher that is teaching all virtually.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
I'm not involved in the elementary side at all right now and personally, but how are they handling keeping elementary kids engaged in a virtual synchronous instruction from 9 to 1? Is that, we're getting a lot of different emails with different opinions.
Yeah, it's tough. I won't say that it's easy. I think that what I have heard from my teachers that it's taken a little bit longer for them to get into those routines and establish those relationships, but it is working, and they've come up with some very creative ways to keep them engaged. We still have a few students that I am concerned about that are not able to engage as much, and it's for a variety of reasons. But I think our teachers have been very successful in that. It's not a perfect process, though.
So by this model, you're saying that you're going to have the students in the building from 9 to 2 and then dismiss them at 2 o'clock?
Actually, it would be 9 to 1. So that lunchtime is actually that's the teacher lunch. We should have noted that. So 1 o'clock, they would get on the bus with a grab-and-go lunch and go home. And then between 1 and 2, we would have, basically that is the dismissal time, teacher lunch, and kind of transitioning to get ready for virtual teaching in the afternoon.
I just worry about the parents who were used to 9 to 3:30, 9 to 4 before the students came home. It was a full day. I just sending them home at 1 o'clock and maybe not anybody there. It's just a concern.
It is a concern. One of the things that the elementary group, every teacher that I spoke with, elementary principals that I spoke with. We also met with a group of the past teachers of the year. And one of the things that's unique about what we're proposing for elementary is that we are keeping that virtual learning and in-person learning separate. Because for the elementary age child, we felt that it was best to keep those two things separate so that they were not teaching at the same time a student that's in person and a student that's online. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we have a check-in, at least we have a short period of time for that virtual group, for the opposite group in the afternoon. And in order to do that, we can't keep everybody there all day.
So let me ask this real quickly, because I've had a couple of parents ask. So when the students go back into the classrooms and you've separated them 10 to 15 to a room, they're going to be working virtually on their computers because they can't interact, correct? They're going to be sitting at their desks working on the computer?
They're going to be sitting at their desk, but they may or may not be working on their computer. Sometimes they work on their computer pre-COVID, and
Correct.
so they're going to be doing some of that still.
And still wearing masks, and then
absolutely,
I can't move around, and I mean, you can't have small groups sitting at a table together and doing.
No, it is going to look very different, but
I just don't think parents understand that this is.
Yes.
And, let me just jump right in here. One thing that Mrs. Welch is really, the teams have done a yeoman's job of thinking through one way, through another way, trying to make this work with respect to the fact that school will look different. So I cannot be more clear about that. And Ms. Welch, she says it over and over and over again, particularly as the principal of elementary school students. School will look different. You will not see groups of kids working and handling manipulatives together. That is not going to happen. You will come, we're not even having, visitors just come by and drop in schools, period. But what happens is children will be, just like you're looking at us now, spaced apart, working individually. Yes, the teacher will be directing instruction, but they will be working individually. That's not to say that I can't talk to you. I can talk to you from 6 feet away, but I'm not coming over to you.
One thing I see is, what's the advantage of going home and then virtual teaching them at home the same day? Why wouldn't we just keep them in school a little longer and have more one-on-one with the teacher?
For elementary, this is a different group. So what you're looking at is face-to-face with cohort A, and then you're giving the teacher some time in the afternoon to work with cohort B, those students who won't come until 2 or 3 days later.
So in other words,
okay. So the A class will be out and done for the day.
Correct. That's correct.
The B class will then just have an hour and a half.
That is correct.
So that could split it up. Okay, and then it could switch. Okay, I understand that.
And they're going to mirror what they just did in the morning in person, online.
Well, that's a good question. It may be possible to do some of that, but certainly I wouldn't expect a teacher to mirror what they did for 4 hours of instruction in an hour and a half. So there is going to be a little bit of juggling with this schedule to make sure that, for example, that B group that's home from 8 to 1, that's at home, that they have some asynchronous on my own things to do, which was a follow-up from their previous instruction. So it's going to be a juggle for teachers to keep that straight. But I don't want us to sit here and say that they're going to do exactly what they did for 4 hours in school in an hour and a half with the opposite group in the afternoon.
Well, I think that's the big concern teachers have been emailing and calling about for 2 weeks now. They can't, how are they expected to have enough time in the day to plan in-person teaching and virtual and keep all these balls in the air? How are they going to do both? Are they going to have enough planning time to plan 2 different instructional ways? I mean, how are they going to do that?
Mrs. Morissette, would you grab your... It wasn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
But that is a good question, and I'm not sure I have a complete answer for it. I don't want to pretend to have a perfect answer for that.
Right. What we did was, for right now, we've given all levels of teachers additional planning time. As we move forward, if we are bringing students back, it will not look the same in terms of planning time either, simply because of the requirements that we have to meet 3.5 hours of synchronous instruction a day. So we're sort of boxed in some ways because there are certain expectations that MSDE requires of us. And if we don't have some time with the students in the afternoons with the opposite cohort, we will not meet those requirements.
Okay, so will we still be addressing I guess, the confinements of the contract, that they're getting the planning period they're supposed to and those things?
Yes.
Okay.
But you feel the teachers will have enough time to plan for in-school lesson, then have an hour or something, but then go to a virtual learning for another, it's not going to put too much pressure?
It's a lot to ask of them, I'll be honest, yes.
But I'm hearing it's tough enough now doing it all. And then do this, and then each day you're working back. It's not like you're doing one whole day of this and then one whole day of that.
That's correct.
And are they getting extra help, or certain teachers going to be doing, like the other teachers doing online stuff? Is there going to be some kind of sharing of responsibility or something?
There's the potential for that, for definitely some collaborative work. I think they need to lean on each other and do some co-planning. To be honest, the problem that we ran into is, in order to avoid the things that you both are describing, one of the other options for elementary would be to have them teaching kids at home at the same time they have kids live in front of them. But for the elementary age child, we did not feel that was appropriate to have them sit and follow along and just listen to kind of what's going on in the classroom. For an older child, as you'll hear in a few minutes, we think that could be much more doable. But for the elementary age child, we wanted to keep that separate, and we were committed to doing that. So each of the plans that we have could have some flaws in it, but we will work through it to the best of our ability.
You also, I thought I read somewhere, you all were thinking of the teachers that have situations and medical situations that are going to be virtual, period.
Yes.
That they would be carrying the virtual workload, is what I thought you were saying. And then the in-person teacher carries that, and that takes a little bit of that pressure off of having two methods of teaching. Did you look at that?
But we're actually, remember, we're talking about really 3 cohorts of students. The A and B cohorts would rotate and attend in person and virtual. That C cohort, which is 100% virtual, would be assigned to a teacher, and they would be virtual all day for 100% of the time.
So this is for 2/3 of the...
Yes.
Okay.
And those numbers are what we're finding out right now through those surveys, so that we can properly plan for instruction.
Thank you.
Just one more slide we have for elementary. We want to talk a little bit about pre-K, because they are already divided into a half-day schedule into 2 different groups. So the pre-K hybrid model would also follow an AABB pattern. However, basically you're dividing that into 4 different groups. So 50% of the morning class would attend in person all morning for that 4 hours on Monday. The other 50% of what was the morning class would attend on Tuesdays for the 4 hours. And then 50% of the PM class would attend Thursdays. The opposite 50% of that PM class would attend Fridays for 4 hours.
So the next class, 1 day a week?
In person, 1 day a week for the full morning. And then in the afternoons, it would be a rotating schedule of small groups. So every student would meet with the teacher potentially each day. And then Wednesdays, again, would be a full day of synchronous but online.
Questions?
It's complicated, I know.
The Wednesdays are now synchronous because of MSD, correct? Which was discussed last month. They don't want that Wednesday of asynchronous.
Right. We can, correct. In order to make the hours, we have to do synchronous instruction on Wednesdays.
Okay.
To make which hours?
3.5 hours of synchronous instruction on average daily. So if we...
12, for K through 12.
K through 12.
Bless you.
But for pre-K, the average has to be 1.5.
So I'm gonna throw a wrench into all this. Have we discussed taking all of our elementary schools students back in full-time? being 50% of our student population?
Well, except to the fact that there are several parents who are not going to send their kids back.
True.
And so we have to be able to provide an education for those kids. And even this does reflect all of our kids coming back. It's just 50% on one day and 50% on another day. So this reflects all of them coming back.
So that was talked about, but this is the better model, giving everyone a chance.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Never mind. It was all hypothetical anyway.
This does touch 100% of our students, though. The plan does.
Anybody who wants to send their children back would be able to bring their children back. And for those families who do not want to bring their children back, we are creating structures so that they could be taught virtually.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah. This is complicated, and it's going to be hard on everybody. But what you have to look at, this is the next step to getting to normalcy. Do we have to take this step to get to normalcy? Well, unless we want to continue to do what we're doing, we're going to have to start reaching out and taking steps. I am going to predict that we'll get more letters complaining about this from staff and parents than we did about this current thing. We got to keep everybody focused that this is a moving target towards normalcy. And that's all I got to say. They've thought this thing out through and through and through. And my experience in my 76 years is that you can't decide something this complicated and make half the people happy. But just focus on where we're going and just let it ride and hope it happens sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Thank you for sticking around. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Welch and Mr. Tolley. So next we're going to go over we'll explain our hybrid model for our middle school. And we do have Mr. Watkins, who is principal at Sudlersville Middle School, here representing middle school principals.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Mr. Watkins. Thank you.
For the record, Rob Watkins, principal of Sudlersville Middle School. So today I'm going to go over the hybrid schedule that runs on an AABB schedule similar to elementary school. There are some differences in the instructional processes that we're going to put in place in the secondary level. Soon you'll hear from high school as well, and the high school is running a similar kind of schedule in middle school. So in this model, the kids are split into two groups, an A group and a B group. The A group attends on Mondays and Tuesdays. The B group attends on Thursdays and Fridays. In this model, the opposite cohorts will learn virtually at the same time as the students in person learning. So the students during the 7:45 to 12 o'clock block would be in school learning face-to-face, and kids at home will be checking in similar to the way they do now and learning at the same time. Wednesdays in this model is a synchronous day that would operate on a rotating period schedule similar to the way it does currently now under a virtual model. The students whose parents will keep them at home and will become 100% virtual students would check in similarly each day. They would have access to the classes on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays each day like their face-to-face and other virtual counterparts. As we look at this schedule, keep in mind that these timeframes are just a model. This is just a times aligned to create perception and perspective as we talk through it, but the times will vary according to transportation and vary building to building. Also, the times could be shifted based on the tiered transportation, whether they share staff at each building, and the fifth grade at Sudlersville Middle School will affect how this potentially looks in my building. So when you look at the schedule, you see essentially, if you focus on Mondays and Tuesdays, you see that the 5 periods are taught over those days. So when you think of a 5-period schedule in middle school, it really is a student enrolled in 6 courses. They're enrolled in math and ELA, they're enrolled in science and social studies, but they also are enrolled in 2 unified arts classes on an alternating A-day, B-day schedule. So for instance, currently kids might be enrolled on A-day in PE and physical education and health, and and they might be enrolled on a B day in art. So we needed to make sure that the Unified Arts had equal time as they were going through the schedule. So you will see in each of the days that, in this case, second period was designated as the Unified Arts period, you'll see that it repeats itself. Because on Monday, they will go to first period. They will go to their first Unified Arts, called that A-Day Unified Arts Day. Then they will go to third period. Then on Tuesday, they will complete their schedule by going to fourth period, their B-Day Unified Arts class, and then fifth period. So in their face-to-face 2-day model, they are going to all 6 of their classes while they're in school face-to-face. Keep in mind that the students that are at home learning virtually, the B group kids, are checking in via Google Meets, via Schoology, and accessing materials and accessing live instruction in the same way. So in this model, we will be live streaming instruction to our students at home. This model, when you look at go to Thursday, Friday, same exact schedule as Monday and Tuesday for the B group kids. So the B group kids not coming to the building. The A group kids become virtual kids. On Wednesdays, you see that all kids are checked into the period schedule, and the A-Day, B-Day rotation continues over a 2-week cycle. So basically in 2 weeks, they see each A-Day class for 5 days, and they see each B-Day class for 5 days. And that is consistent with what we currently do in our schedule today. As you think through this and think about the live streaming aspects of this, that what this does for our teachers and our students is it maintains consistency in the curriculum and the pacing of our courses. So because each day we're going to continue to move forward, Mondays and Tuesdays on the days that are provided, Wednesdays for all periods, and Thursdays and Fridays again, we are able to maintain good pacing and structure our classes in a way that all students are able to access a quality curriculum and education. This is so at 12 o'clock, the kids are dismissed. In this schedule, we, according to Ms. Pullen's presentation and some of our protocols, we've allocated 20 minutes for transition time in the hallways and sanitation. So remember that in the secondary model, in the middle school schedule model, we are not able to just rotate the teachers through. After first period, the kids go to many different places in the building. So as a result, we're going to have some sanitation to get them roll into the next class and some time to transition there. So they're not going to just be able to walk out and scatter into the hallways. To try to do our best to maintain social distancing, we're going to have a structure in place in our building for hallway movement. So that covers the morning aspects of the middle school schedule. Let me talk about what the afternoon looks like. So as you look at a student's perspective, so as you recall, on Mondays, the A group kids are in the building. They are learning 3 of their 5 periods. The virtual kids are online for those 3 of the 5 periods. So after they go home, so from 12 to 1, they're transported home, and a synchronous check-in is set up for the other 2 periods, periods 4 and periods 5. So that is put there intentionally to provide some opportunities for students to get support for continued work as they're working at home. So as you think about it, so today we completed first period math and we did some activities, and I'll see you again Wednesday during your synchronous instructional time. You can check in with me on Tuesday to get some additional information, to get checked in, to make sure that we're all working on the same page about the activities that were assigned. Then you notice that after the synchronous check-ins for the 2 periods, we go into some support time. So the final 1 hour and 15 minutes is set up to support each of the periods work, so for kids to work on the assignments provided to them, and for them to seek additional help if they need it. From a teacher's perspective, the schedule looks the same, of course. In the 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock time slot, we're providing some time for them to continue to do some video building, because there's still going to be some opportunities for us. We've learned good lessons about how the use of videos can leverage good instruction. So we are going to still provide teachers time for them to make some videos so that kids who don't necessarily access their lessons virtually in the morning spots can still access some quality videos to continue their work. They'll go and do their synchronous check-ins, and then they'll continue into their office hours and supporting virtual learners. So that last hour and 15-minute block is important, because that's where the extra help is going to be provided to the students. This schedule, as we have designed it, we do believe meets the requirements of the negotiated agreement, and it does meet the requirements of the 3.5 hours of average time across 5 days.
What's your sense of the teacher commitment for time reaction? Are they, from what you know by being a principal, flexible enough to adapt to this type of scheme?
They've adapted quite a bit. There's a lot of credit is due to our teachers to adapt into this virtual model given the new platform. And they I would say, given the circumstances, they are excelling. So I do think that given a little bit of time, they can adjust to a model in which I'll go back to the morning aspects because this is the big part of it. I think they can adjust to teaching some live lessons face-to-face and
they're going to be in a classroom.
That's correct.
Back in a classroom, so that's familiar territory.
Yes, sir.
I still don't think maybe I'm reading it wrong. I just don't think it gives them all the planning time that they're supposed to have.
So for each grade level in my building, for instance, the second period would be first period for 6th grade, and maybe second period for 8th grade, and third period for 7th grade. So it would change. So the teachers' planning periods would be aligned with the hour block and second period in this case. Okay. So the core content teachers would get planning during that time.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of extra time built into the video building component to this when you scroll down a little bit. And we found the time for our unified arts teachers in the late morning, afternoon section.
Can I ask a question right now? Because I don't have a middle school student. Are we teaching 5 classes a day right now virtually?
Yes.
So.
Yes. So
4 days a week.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. And with check-ins on Wednesdays.
And check-ins.
So right now they're 30-minute synchronous lessons based in Schoology, 4 days a week, and then on Wednesdays are getting the check-in day. So. Okay. So so one of the things that we talk about here is the amount of time. So the face-to-face structure to this increases the time in one day, but over the course of the week it sort of remains consistent. But what we would do instructionally is really build the instructional model face-to-face so that it can continue the next day. So there's an opportunity for, if I go back to first period, on Monday, the lessons are designed in such a way face-to-face so that when they're in the check-in piece, the afternoon piece on Tuesday, there's still an opportunity for them to continue that work. And then Wednesday's a day where everyone comes back together and learns. And so all the challenges that will come with live streaming instruction, and there will be challenges for our teachers to live stream and teach face-to-face instruction. This does give us the capability to keep the A cohort, the B cohort, and the 100% virtual learners aligned to the same timeline and working on the same coursework.
Any questions?
I have one a parent just sent in. So they got the survey today before these presentations. If they were quick to respond, they're wondering if this is a binding choice, because now it's seeing the plan, they may choose to change their mind about whether to send their child or not.
Then contact the school. So for families, if somebody filled out the survey prior to seeing this presentation and they want to change their survey, please contact your school.
Okay.
And when I'm hearing too, some people, and it's either because it went to spam or something happened, will we follow up on people that did not respond or send out another way to get this, to make sure all these, this is critical to me with these parents knowing what's going to happen after they look at this, what's proposed, and how they're going to get, their decision to be made.
Absolutely, because we have to account for all of the children. Okay. Because we need to know if they're coming to school or if they're going to be virtual. So schools will follow up.
In a timely manner.
Yes, ma'am.
And send out another blast and explain what's going on, because I think some of this got hit by parents, got hit by me this afternoon, not knowing what was going on when I got
Well, we've always talked about surveying our families, and it's better to get it out there. So yes, absolutely. The answer to your question,
2 hours before a meeting, the
answer to your question is yes. Okay. Yes, we'll make sure that families are contacted.
I do have a question, though. For what we've been doing now since we started school, have we hit 100% of our kids?
Absolutely not. I would say that there are certainly some children that we still have a hard time contacting. The numbers are much less than they were before because we're taking attendance differently now. So there are definitely safeguards in place now that we did not have in the past.
Okay, well, it is an opportunity to catch those kids when they can actually drive into school, ride them into school on a bus.
Right, and there's always the conversation, attendance versus engagement, right? Because somebody could check in, but are they turning in their work? Are they engaging during the online lessons?
I just want to make sure we at least contact them, because we had a 3% one we were missing. 3% is a lot of kids.
Right.
It's not.
All schools are absolutely checking in. All schools keep logs. They keep attendance, and they know who's attending, and they know who is not attending and engaging.
I mean, do you have an idea how many were missing?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can certainly provide that information for you.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great.
Sure.
Because I'm worried about those kids we're not hitting that.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions?
I have two questions.
In middle school, and of course more in elementary, the teachers will be the same teachers, right? They'll have the same classes. I mean, you're not going to change any. Whatever teachers, I can say middle school, they'll have the same ones, except if they go virtual, then it would be different.
Well, so in our model, we are going to try to keep all the different kids together. So whether they choose, if they're an A-day kid or a B-day kid, they still go to first period at 8 o'clock on Monday. The A-day kids come to class and they are physically face-to-face. The students who are at home report to class virtually. The students who are 100% at home and their parents have not chosen to bring them back in, then they also report to first period at 8 a.m.
Okay.
So if I have 22 kids in my classroom during first period, I would expect a portion of them to be in front of me and a portion of the rest of them to be online.
But if they go all virtual, then they probably have a different teacher.
No.
So unlike the elementary model, that's not feasible at the secondary level.
Okay, gotcha.
So think about this. My 8th grade team is comprised of ELA teachers, a math teacher, a social studies teacher, and a science teacher. I can't just pull the math teacher off the thing and make them a virtual teacher because I don't have a math teacher, and we're teaching algebra and advanced math.
And you think they'll have enough time and all that to do all that? I mean, I know it's going to be tough, but
it's going to be challenging. But this also brings the opportunity to get all the kids on the same page. We're doing a lot of the work now in terms of this. So there's when we design our lessons, we right now there's no face-to-face aspect of it. So that's the new piece. The streaming the live video is going to be the new piece to this.
Okay.
But from lesson structure, we're still going to use Schoology. We're still going to use as many strategies as we can that we're using with online kids now. It's just we'll add some more pieces to this. I do think our teachers can do this. Do I think it's going to be a challenge? Sure. Is there going to be something we're going to have to learn more? Yes. And our teachers have learned a lot already this year. And they've ask any of them. They've worked very hard, hours on the weekends and the evenings, all the time to kind of make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students the best that they can. So this is another model that attempts to address that. The face-to-face aspect does present a difference to it, but it's something that, given the circumstances, they can.
Okay, Michelle.
The first question, I guess, is kind of odd, but what's physical education going to look like? Do they actually get to be active?
Sure.
Or are they going to be sitting and learning about kinesiology, or what is it going to look like?
Yeah, that's something we're still evaluating. So, given that the classes are going to be half the size, there's likely going to be an opportunity to socially distance.
Okay.
So, especially if you can take them outside. So, if there's an opportunity to take them outside, there's certainly an opportunity to do social distancing, and I'm sure that we will come up with a model that makes perfect sense for that.
Okay. And then the second question I emailed before, what do grade point averages look like to date using Schoology?
Yeah, there is a reduction in some grades. We did interims most recently and got some information back, and there are definitely some decreases. So when parents are saying my kids' grades are lower, and when kids are saying their grades are lower, that is accurate. So significantly lower, not necessarily across the board, but there have been some decreases in grades in comparison to pre-COVID.
Are we holding that against students to participate in sports and stay in National Honor Society and those things?
No, that hasn't been, no, that hasn't been.
That's a worry.
Yeah. So I'll make a note to make sure that we ensure that is not a detriment. I know that both our ADs mentioned just a little while ago that there is definitely a push to not cut anybody, to let everybody participate. So I'll make sure that we reiterate that with them.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a question too, because some of the students that work with me, they're under the assumption that we're going to do what happened back in June, where we're going to have pass-fail, so they're not even engaged. Like I've been listening to some of the horror stories where they're logging in, but they are not doing any of their work. They're just.
And see, it's unfortunate because that's a choice. If you can log in and you do log in and you choose not to engage in the work, that's a choice. Right? And we're students, and we know that we are here, we have to go to school, and we're supposed to learn in school. That's a different scenario from a child who experiences what several of us in this room experience wherever we are, whether we're at home or in this building, and you have spotty internet and you can't actively engage, or you get cut off, or maybe the teacher, you can't hear what the teacher said because every other word is being cut off. That's a different scenario from a child who decides that they're going to log in and not engage. Right. So nowhere have we ever said for this school year that we were doing pass-fail. We are doing grades, and they know that, and they're checking them, and their parents are checking them. And so it is coming from me, Dr. Kane. I would suggest that parents follow up with their children and ensure that they're doing their lessons. If you can log in, you must log in and do your work.
So there's accountability.
There is absolutely accountability.
I'm hearing the total opposite. The kids are so overwhelmed with such a workload, they can't get it in. And I've seen my freshmen, we're up till midnight every night doing homework together. He is overloaded because they're doing the classwork, they're doing the homework, they're doing the extra little assignments. He can't get it all done. So it's just the opposite, watching his grade point average plummet. And I mean, Nick, he was one of yours. He does it. I mean, we're sitting there every night together till midnight doing this.
Yeah, that's a different story, and we can work with our teachers on that.
Okay. So coming back in person, will that change? Will workloads go back to a normal expectation?
Right. So what I want to say, because I want to address what's happening right now with your child and children who are experiencing the same thing, we continue to do professional development with teachers, and we have them planned. I can say that Mr. Bell, who's supervisor for fine arts, media, world classical languages, Ms. Passon, who does English language arts for secondary, they have planned a professional learning opportunity, and multiple of them, to help with online learning. So what's appropriate, right? How much work is appropriate to assign children? How do you grade, right? So they're doing that kind of professional learning. So that's to help right now. As we move forward, what will that look like? So if children are, and I think that it would be appropriate then too, because remember, even if you elect to do this hybrid model, part of that child's day or week is still going to be online. And so it's important for us to get that right now, because it's not going away. So until the doors are open and we're able to get all of our kids back in school on a normal schedule that we had pre-COVID, virtual learning is a part of their day, period. So we've just got to get that right.
Okay. Because I know they're freaking out. It's not manageable right now. So what's going to happen when now I'm going to school, I've got classwork, and virtual is still hanging over my head when I get home?
I think one of the advantages of that is that they have access to the teacher. So when they see the teacher 2 days a week, then there's a lot of opportunities there. And I think there's also an opportunity to do follow-up assignments tied to those face-to-face lessons too. So I think it changes a little bit.
Okay.
I also think that as we're working through this, as Dr. Kane said, our teachers, all of our teachers across our district are working on the timing of lessons. It's something that's one of the hardest things to do as an educator, to time your lessons perfectly. When it happens, it's like a miracle has happened sometimes. This is something that we just will continue to work on.
Yeah, and I totally get it. I see how hard he's working versus my 22-year-old who's at Towson, and he's putting in as many hours. and she's doing 5 English classes. It's scary to see that they're working the same amount of hours, but at very different age groups. So there's got to be a balance.
Sure.
Dr. Hume, I have a question on the synchronous instruction. Our school, the way you're handling the 3.5 hours, it goes across K through 12. You're making sure that each group does 3.5 because...
Correct, on average per week.
Average per week.
Not that they have 3.5 hours each day, but on average per week.
So for the whole system, K to 12?
Correct.
Or individually, like middle schools have to do it?
Middle schools have to do it, elementary schools have to do it, and high school has to do it.
So the high school should have 3.5
on average over the course of the week.
For every day, right?
It may not be the same every day. On Wednesdays, it may end up being 4 hours or so, and on another day, it may be 2.5 hours. So it's on average for the week.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
Sure thing.
And next, we will have both of our high school principals, Mr. Schreckengoss, principal at Kent Island High School, and Ms. Hudak, principal at Queen Anne's County High School. Thank you for being here.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody.
See you.
Nice to see you as well. Mine was already wiped off, right? Yeah, I'm good.
Yes, thank you, sir. Ms. Harper, Dr. Kane, members of the board, good evening. As stated, I'm John Schreckengoss, principal of Kent Island High School, and my partner tonight is?
Amy Hudak, principal of Queen Anne's County High School.
So I would say to you first that the structure of the high school hybrid model and the structure of the middle school model are very, very similar. Yeah. I would say to you that they are identical in terms of instructional delivery. And I think Mr. Watkins did a great job of defining the components of that schedule. So what I'll start to do is I'll highlight the differences and we can go from there. We'll start with the morning schedule, as Mr. Watkins did. One of the major differences is really we have in the most simplistic schedule, we have a 4-period day. So our students are on an AA, BB schedule. Our A group students will join us face-to-face on Mondays and Tuesdays. They will experience 2 class periods rather than 4. So on Mondays, that group, the face-to-face group, or the A group, will be face-to-face on first period and second period, and you can see the amount of time we allocate for transition, while as the middle school model, the B students and those that opt for virtual only will join those classes synchronously or virtually. So we'll be live streaming as the middle school model indicated earlier. Tuesday, the same groups report face-to-face. That A group reports face-to-face. They experience their 3rd and 4th period, while again, the B students, the students in the other group, and the virtual only students live stream. So we're moving at the same pace just as the other model. Wednesdays, asynchronous day. 1 hour synchronously of each course, periods 1 through 4. That's Wednesday. And then again, Thursday and Friday, same schedule as Monday and Tuesday, but though your face-to-face component changes. So the B group students are face-to-face, while the A students and the virtual only students are present virtually. Again, the afternoon is very, very similar, and the answers to the questions posed for the middle school remain the same for the high school. I agree with Rob's assessment 100%. The students in the afternoon, if they experience their 1st and 2nd period in the morning, face-to-face or virtually, will have the opportunity to check in with the 3rd and 4th period in the afternoon. So again, they have the opportunity to check in with every teacher every day. The time varies on the day, but they have the opportunity to touch base face-to-face with, or virtually, synchronously, with their teachers each day. Then they have the remainder of the afternoon to take advantage of those office hours, to participate in those opportunities, those small group instructional opportunities and the one-on-one opportunities with their teachers in the afternoon. So that's the morning and the afternoon, depending on the day, and whether you are face-to-face in the morning determines your check-ins in the afternoon. The teacher afternoon, again, very similar. In the middle school model, again, there's a half an hour allocated for asynchronous recording lessons for the asynchronous time and a lunch break. In the afternoon, the teachers also have dedicated time to checking in synchronously with the classes that they did not see in the morning. And our schedule is a bit unique because on Monday, for example, if I taught first and second period, so if I'm a teacher and I have first and second period, I wasn't allocated time for planning. My planning period didn't happen yet. So we have then inserted that in our afternoon. So absolutely, the planning time per day, per teacher remains the same and we adhere to the negotiated agreement. So their planning period, their instructional period in the morning is 1 hour and 45 minutes. Their planning time in the afternoon is also 1 hour and 45 minutes. I think those are the differences. You now know, like Mr. Watkins shared, the components and what each component means and what students and teachers will be doing in those time periods.
Mm-hmm. And then teachers in the afternoon on Wednesdays after they do the synchronous, they will have opportunities for PD and things like that as we are doing currently. But it is very similar to the middle school model.
I would say in this model, a very important component is this is an average of if face-to-face and synchronous time are equal. There's a 3.86 hour per day average of synchronous and face-to-face time. So certainly we're above the 3.5 recommendation.
So can I ask a question?
Please.
Right now during virtual learning, are we doing 4 classes a day? 4 to 5, however it works out. Are we?
Two synchronous.
That's it per day.
Students have the opportunity to check in with every teacher every day.
Yes.
Though they're spending 2 more lengthy periods of time synchronously each day, and it varies from day to day.
I was just confused why we didn't take the model and have 4 classes a day that I understand some of the other districts are doing. We're past that now. I was just wondering. I have a ton of questions. Go ahead, somebody else.
The Wednesday day, now the teachers, are they going to be in the school on the Wednesdays, or are they doing it virtual from home? Is there a plan for that?
We hadn't discussed whether or not teachers would have to be in the classroom on Wednesdays. What we have discussed is that all teachers will need to come back to school Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I would certainly be open to allowing them to teach from home on Wednesday, as long as we found that they were actually, the students are checking in and instruction is continuous from the rest of the week. That's been a big concern of our teachers, is whether or not they would have to come back to work if we went to this 50% model, and they certainly would, and we would not be able to continue to allow them to keep their children in the classrooms for those who are taking advantage of the family accommodation plan, simply because we have to maintain 6 feet of space, and we can't have our employees' children taking up those spaces when children need to take up those spaces. So that would be definitely something that we could consider. We had not given a definite yes or no about that, but we'll certainly have conversations.
Well, I don't have a preference. I'm just saying, my son, I know that teachers, a lot of them I think are teaching from home, but every one of them is heavily involved in my son's day, every day. In fact, I think when it's asynchronous, sometimes they're on half that asynchronous time, with the teaching, which I know they're working really hard.
And in office hours, they also have an opportunity to work with the students.
Right. Yeah.
So some of the people who have been emailing me don't think that there's enough core content time being taught, especially with the AP classes. And that's why I asked if we were teaching every day 4 classes a day, because we have got to keep up. We have assessments that are already being done. By January, when the semester ends, those classes are going to be done and these students are going to be failing. I don't know how we plan on rectifying that.
we agree on the importance, and one benefit of this plan is the increase in that synchronous and face-to-face time each day.
Yeah, because it's an hour and 45 minutes.
Now, what are we going to do about the unified arts? I had a daughter that had band and chorus split one of the times. So how are we going to handle? Is that
Do you mean
working on that?
hybrid? Do you mean a hybrid?
Yeah,
Or they
yeah.
would still
be
go
that
to
way.
those classes, yes, because it's one of their 4 classes.
Those
Or
1
5.
hour and 45-minute instructional blocks
Right,
for
but the
year-long
45
classes
and 45.
Would be
cut in half.
split.
Right, with a transition
Okay.
period in the middle.
Okay. It's going to be hard to get the band together.
Yes. And we look forward to them getting together.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have 2 questions.
Please.
Sorry, Michelle. I'll go back to you.
So last time we talked about MSDE wasn't happy with some of our plans. They approved the AABB as opposed to A week, B week? Or was this our choice to go with this one?
No, this is our choice, and MSDE doesn't say yes or no to, AABB. They say yes or no to the component of whether or not we met the requirement to have a schedule.
Okay. And the next question was about the band. Do they kind of fall in line with sports coming back, or school coming? I mean, how?
Well, the band has a class, so it is a scheduled class, so they would be meeting. Are you referring to
Like
marching?
Marching band and getting the whole ensemble back together, getting ready for a Christmas concert?
Well, it's been a part of the discussion.
Okay.
That it would be comprehensive. It would be all of the extracurricular. We just haven't gotten all of it ironed out, but it's definitely been discussed.
Okay.
But as far as classes during the day, those will take place.
Okay. I just know the band kids are anxious, just like sports.
Certainly.
To get the whole group back
Understand.
together. And,
Absolutely.
Get the band back together.
yeah, get the band back together.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to hear what the chorus sounds like. I mean, I hope that they have Zoom meetings where they're
singing
together.
Creative.
They do, yes.
Oh, they've been doing great.
And the
I mean,
band's
every
been
morning my
creative.
son's doing athletic movement in his
Yes.
room, jumping up and down.
Yeah.
Of course, he has the
Great.
teacher of the year, and she's pretty excited.
Yes, she is.
Other questions?
What do you guys think about this? I mean, honestly, it's a challenge.
It is challenging, and like Rob said, it is challenging. I do believe there will be a learning curve, as with anything new. As we entered into this year, as we entered into last spring. I agree with Rob that our teachers and our students will persevere. We will, if given the opportunity, when we have the opportunity, we'll embrace this model. And I think that taking advantage of that face-to-face time, that's what we're after. There's so much power there that I think that will help iron out some of the other issues that we have.
Well, I think a big thing is going to be communication. One thing, I got a call a few weeks ago from a concerned parent. They were getting ready to miss the ASC certification test because no one let them know it was coming up. And it was like a crash course weekend getting ready for these tests. Communication, somebody dropped the ball and they didn't know the test was coming. Just preparation, these kids were freaking out. So I think communication is going to be huge, so everybody's on the same page, especially with parents and teachers.
I think a lot of it too is with your technically your homeroom teacher, because it could be a function of internal to my own family, but unless I go on and look at the website, parents have got to know to get on the websites, and that's where they're learning everything, and that's when I found out about cap and gowns. I didn't know that was going on, and I was almost too late. So, some of the communication, I'm not sure it has to be, they have to go after it instead of it comes to them.
Sure.
But yeah, naturally, a high school student should be able to get that to their parent, but it doesn't always happen.
No, absolutely. Well,
Communication's going to be key to you into all of this, you're right.
we agree.
So are the schools doing that different? Because I know we get the newsletter every week from Queen Anne's. Does Kent Island do the same thing, or?
We have a newsletter each month, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's on the website. It's fine.
Oh, this comes right to our email. So I didn't know if they're doing it differently.
We do the same.
too.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Kane, do you feel like we'll have a staff that was willing to come back and take care of all? I mean, elementary is one thing, middle, but when you get to high school, you've got specific teachers doing, certain functions. And do you feel comfortable that we'll have staff back there, or if we don't, what's our contingency plan?
Not necessarily, not knowing. So there's a survey out for teachers as well, and we just want to know, are you coming back if we do 50% capacity? If teachers they know that there is a CARES Act leave that they may be able to take advantage of for certain reasons, and we have given them that information as well. And so we'll find out, who has decided that they are going to come, that they want to come back or they don't want to come back. Right now, I believe we have 7 Unit 1 personnel who have medical notes, so they can't come back. And so the contingency for them is that they will have to teach online. So when parents are concerned about whether or not they will have the same teacher, it absolutely depends on who's going to be available to teach face-to-face and who's going to be available to teach virtually. So we don't know that yet. And one of the delays for the survey was because we didn't have anything to share with them. We wanted to be solid on our recommendation, our proposal for tonight, so that they had some opportunity to hear it, listen to it, and then make some informed decisions. So we have asked that question, and we will have that data. That survey ends on the 12th as well.
Because I see in elementary you got flexibility, but when you get to high school, you got to, certain classes that you don't have 2 teachers teaching the same class.
Just like Mr. Watkins
and it's not going to be
explained.
virtual. I mean, it's going to be, and so you might not be there. And
Correct.
Not just.
What we also know is that, thankfully, at least at the high school level, we do have some courses that children can take online if they happen to be the ones that want all virtual, and we're not able to provide as many teachers because, say, Singleton, and we only have 1 teacher, and there's, so we do have a little flexibility in that way, but I do not know. Right now, it looks good, but once we get the survey results back on Monday, the situation may be different.
When you say survey, is it a survey or a commitment? I mean, especially a commitment, you're asking them.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is a commitment.
So I don't understand. So we're going through all of this. Isn't it prudent that we wait until the work session to decide if we're going to do 50% until we know what's going to happen in schools?
It is completely up to this board. I mean, I know I do not have to, if you really think about it, this is all operations. I don't have to bring this to the board. I could work with our Tiger teams. I could say, boom, this is what we're doing for instruction, but we have opted to be collaborative. We have opted to make sure that all of our community is aware of all of the information that we have, with the caveat that this information can change. As we all know, from time to time we get some directive and we have to pivot and move in a different direction based on that information. And all of this is contingent upon health metrics. So we continue to watch the positivity rate. We continue to watch the case rate. We look good right now. No, flu season has not hit us. We don't know what that's going to look like. And what we do know is, we can continue to push the date back. That is absolutely the prerogative of this board. That's why I really wanted to have your involvement in this, because you are getting as many emails as I get. You are having to respond to the public as well. So it needs to be a unified decision as to whether or not we decide to move forward or whether we decide to wait. This is where we are right now. I do not anticipate that this plan is going to change significantly over the next 2 weeks until we have our work session, because we have put a lot of thought and a lot of involvement into the plan that we put before you today. And some of it is pretty consistent anyway. When you hear from the rest of the Tiger teams, you'll see what I mean when I say that. So that information is not likely to change. What we do know is that we've got, several families who definitely want to see their children back in school ASAP, and we have several families who absolutely want no parts of that and want their children to learn at home. They're just getting into the groove of some things. Children are in our buildings every single day. You just heard one of our student board members talk about the 200 children in Queen Anne's County High School on Wednesdays for CTE courses. So their children are learning, children are in schools every day. Are there problems? Absolutely. The number one culprit is connectivity in this county, which is not, a responsibility of Queen Anne's County Public Schools, but it is an absolutely important factor, which we have to recognize. So, this is a tough decision. It is our desire as the leaders in this county, and when I say the leaders, I mean our principals and our supervisors as well. It is our desire to meet the need. We want to meet the need of children who want to be in school, families who want their children in school, as well as the families who do not. And so there are only so many hours in a day, and we are bound by certain restrictions by MSDE. We have several teachers who, and I have talked to many of them, who say it does not, I am coming to school and I want to teach my children, I want to be in front of my children. And we have several teachers who say it is not safe, I do not feel comfortable, and I do not want to be back in the building. There lies the dilemma.
Right.
So what families need to recognize is if we do move forward with this 50% capacity model, that it is likely, or at least probable, that the teacher that you have today may not be the teacher that you have in November or December. That is the reality. A teacher has a right to decide whether or not he or she is coming back to teach in a classroom, and they will make that decision. And that absolutely impacts who is in that classroom with children.
Correct.
I think as much information, we've got a lot of good information. I'm very impressed with especially the people on the front line, the principals and the teachers that are doing the work. But this board has to make a decision, I think, of what direction we're going to go and when. Because I think, is it going to be perfect? No. Is there going to be some hiccups? Yes. Is there going to be some issues? Everybody's going to have that. And there's no perfect thing. I think we'll probably irritate everybody in the course of another month or two at some point. But this board needs to sit there and make some decisions. We've got professional people, and hats off to you principals and teachers, because I think, especially the principals and supervisors, they've done a tremendous job on trying to hold us together.
And I want to say thank you for that, Mr. Smith. And also, we pushed back this timeline because we really do have to get it right in terms of transportation and completing. Principals are working to look at schedules. And so it may not just be, every kid who's on first period schedule, it might, that's riding the bus, it may not work that way. So there may need to be some adjustments because we have to keep cohorts together in order to fit as many children on a bus as we can. Now, there are parents all over, who are saying, I will, make sure that I bring my child to school or offer a ride to somebody else's child. That's the kind of information that we're trying to collect, because we really do need to be cognizant of, number one, there are many families who cannot transport their children to school. There are many families who are not going to be willing to put their children in a car with other children that in close proximity, as not 6 feet, even though the offer is there. So we do have to rely on our own transportation to transport children. And that's another reason why we ask families, if you decide, yes, you would like to take advantage of the transportation provided in this district, that you stick with it. We are unable to every other week say, okay, this kid's going to be dropped off at this place and picked up at this place. We can't turn on a dime like that. So we pushed back the date to November to allow transportation and allow our principals to get the schedules right.
Today, your 7-day positivity rate sits at 2.6%.
Which is as low as it's been.
It's good.
Fabulous.
Yay.
Okay, any other questions for?
Just one last thing. Have you guys thought through passing in the hallway? That kind of concept?
We've got ideas and thoughts.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, yeah.
I think about it all the time.
Yep. And I'm living it right now, but with 50 kids.
Yeah,
so.
you all have experience now.
A little bit.
It would be a little irritating to make it all one way.
That's, well,
I mean, but that may be,
Well, then irritated we will be.
That's the plan.
that's the plan. It
Or
has to
they
be.
will be. We will be irritating, yeah, them. I mean, we've thought about it, I don't know.
And I share this thought with you about that. You know, will it be perfect? No. Can I absolutely guarantee 6-foot distance 100% of the time? No. I can guarantee that we'll put the best plan in place that we can, and our staff will do the best that we can to implement that plan. I also share with you this, that our kids they're fantastic, and history suggests that they will do what we ask them to do, and they will do their absolute best.
Yeah.
So I also believe that. So.
And I'm seeing that. I see that on Wednesdays when we have, 200 kids passing through the school.
They're resilient, and they abide.
And they're eager.
They're eager to be back too. So I think they'll do whatever, which I'm amazed at.
And in all of that, we will be flexible as well.
We agree.
We will set something in place, and if we realize it's not working, then we will need to adjust. But,
Right, well,
it's new territory, so.
Thanks, yes, uncharted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudak and Mr. Schreckengost. Yes, we'll have, are you okay? You want to keep moving?
You want to take a break real quick, folks?
Just 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll resume again at 10:10. Thank you.
10:10 is 10:55.
10:10. Did you get the sound? Our juggernaut here. Thank you. We're back. Tiger Team number 3, accountability, grading, and reporting. Mrs. Carey and Mrs. Forbes, thank you for sticking it out with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, good evening. I'm Michelle Carey, principal at Kennard Elementary School. I'm going to start with the grading piece, and Julie.
Yeah, and hi, I'm Julie Forbes, supervisor of accountability, assessment, and data management.
Okay. All right, we're going to start with the grading and reporting. Essentially, most of our recommendations have stayed the same. Now we're into partially into our first quarter for middle and high school and first trimester for elementary school. They are working on their mastery of content, essential curriculum, formative and summative assessments. Some have already been administered, and we actually for elementary, middle school have uniform dates for interim distribution for the trimesters and then for each of the quarters. For middle school, again, consistent with the established percentages for new content learned, the GPAs from Power School, all the essential curriculum is going to be covered with the pacing, mastery of content, with specific minimum and maximum. For the middle school, again, we've got the uniform dates for interim distribution, 50% for the progress reporting and 50% for the mastery assessments. Thank you. For high school, again, for the progress assessments, which is showing the progress over the course of the course, 50% of the final grade, and then for mastery assessments, 50% of the final grade. So much of that has pretty much stayed the same. If you go to the policies and the procedures for each of the elementary, middle, and high school, most of those are very well aligned with what is currently in those policies and procedures.
Great. So for local assessments, I know it was shared before, so students are taking the exact path reading and mathematics diagnostic assessments, and those do meet one of the requirements of the Maryland State Department of Education components for our plan. The testing window is, we're currently in the midst of it, and we extended it to October 16th to make sure everyone has time to take those assessments, so nice big window for that. Reading has been administered in grades kindergarten through 10th, mathematics, grades 1 through algebra 1, and it's all been administered via exact path, and I know there was a lengthy presentation on that prior to this. We are also administering local assessments in the core content areas of science, social studies, physical education, health education, and visual and performing arts, because exact path covers the reading and mathematics, and then for local that covers those other subject areas. State assessments, currently they will be administered this year according to the information we have from the state. There is no plan at this time for those assessments for the state to administer them remotely. So all of the assessments for the Maryland State Department of Education are intended to be administered in person. So the grades that we assess are grades 3 through 8. And that's in English and mathematics, Algebra 1, and English 10. Typically for English and math, we do have fall administration. They call it fall, even though it really kind of falls around December, January for the high schools. And this year that administration has been canceled. So all of the high school testing will happen in the springtime this year, and that is per the State Department of Education. Currently, the high school science and government administration is still scheduled for January of 21 and also spring of 21, which is what we usually do. So again, most students will be taking those state assessments in English and math in the springtime, which is a little different for high school. And that again is per the state. And as far as for attendance, very similar to what we have been doing. So we're going to make sure we are indicating in our student information system if students are in person or if they're distance learning, because that's going to be important to know which students are in the building, who should be in the building, and make sure we have a way we're recording that. And students will be marked distance learning when they're engaged in that distance learning environment, similar to what we're doing now. And we have those codes set up.
So in the, just for the board members to know, the student attendance policy that we're going to be setting up for first read has that change in it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, questions? Any questions? Grading? Or did we already address that already?
Let you off easy.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Forbes and Ms. Carey. Thank you. Can you grab a wipe and just wipe that down for Team 5, please? Thank you. Or Team 4, I'm sorry.
This is disinfecting, so.
Before we start, Dr. Kane, can you make a statement to the student, the parents? Thank you. Save our emails.
So for all of our families who have said that they have not yet gotten the survey link, you will most certainly get that. We'll push out again tomorrow, but my suggestion would be that you contact your school to let them know, contact your school's office to let them know that you have not yet received the survey link. It could have gone to your spam or something else, I'm not sure, but please make sure that you contact the school.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, yes.
Well, hello, Mr. Evans.
Hello.
Mr. Evans is here to talk with us about social and emotional support representing Team 4, Target Team 4. Welcome, Mr. Evans.
Good evening, Ms. Harper, Dr. Kane, members of the board. So really, I just have a few slides with some quick updates. Ultimately, we had recommended that the SEL, social and emotional learning, be incorporated to the school improvement plans at every school. Schools are currently working on that. It's in progress, and really the goals that we're looking at are more of a staff goals, where that they are in fact attending the SEL trainings, and they're also forming SEL teams in every school, and that's currently in progress. The incorporated into the district PD calendar, that is completed and ongoing. We did on the week that teachers came back, August 24th, they viewed the first ACEs school-based trauma training, and then again on September 23rd, which was a school-based PD on a Wednesday, they did the follow-up on resilience. Also on August 27th, all schools represented are sent at least one representative to the zones of regulation training, and that was an all-day training, and actually that was funded through our safety committee, which was money given to us by the commissioners for Challenge Day, which clearly we can't have this year with the current COVID situation. As I mentioned, each school will create an SEL team. That is in progress and ongoing, and we've had teams that have already met. We do pay stipends for these teams. There's 5 10-month employees that will meet, at least 5. either before or after school hours, where they're really planning for further PD for staff and how to reach students with the SEL initiative. The piece about considering modifications for the master schedule, there's a lot of things going on with schedules right now. So going forward, we kind of want to see where we land, and then we can kind of pick and choose at the elementary level, middle level, and high school level as to how we want to incorporate that. Self-care and guidance for all staff. We did have HR this last week electronically sent our employee assistance program, that information to all employees. And I have a bunch of cards. I want to make sure they are also physically in schools. This is a service that most of us weren't really aware, even though it is marketed, but I think it's more important now than ever because it's a free service to employees, and it could be whether you need some counseling, maybe financial issues, legal issues, things like that. They are a referral service that can help all employees, so I think it's important for us to continue to remind them there are services for them out there. It's been a stressful time. Family supports. The big thing is students, we're going to have this, students will start coming home with that language of zones of regulation where they're talking about the different colors. Oh, I'm in the red zone, the yellow zone. So we want to make sure parents understand what they're talking about and have an idea and how they can even engage in that conversation with their students. And also, Ms. Chambers is creating a resource site for parents. They have different resources. Then we're going to push that out and have it on the school websites as well as the county website. Group and individual counseling for students continues even during the shutdown. That was happening in a telehealth way, but also providers started bringing students back into their offices. But what's big now is now that we're bringing these small groups of students back into schools, some of the students weren't able to access their mental health telehealth or get into the office, and now they're coming to the schools to meet with them. So some of these students haven't had their normal counseling sessions in some time, and now that they're in the building, those providers, we can find space for them and they can come back in. And then finally, the Gmail accounts, really that was kind of aimed at our younger students. So not everybody has a device yet, but certainly I'll be working with Mr. Combs to make sure that parents have a Gmail address so they can assist their little ones when they do have a device and possibly in a virtual environment. Oops, I didn't have the budget piece on there, so that's my piece.
A number of students and parents have come in and seen and spoke to the issue of being overworked more so than if they were actually in school, and it's creating anxiety. A number of athletes came in, said because they weren't able to do their physical exercise, their grades are falling. Is there anything your group can do to make suggestions?
Well, certainly, and one of the big things with the training we did with the teachers, we want teachers, and I know that they're stressed and tired, but when they recognize certain things with students, that they are making referrals to our counselors and our student support team in general, because we have PPWs, mental health coordinators, absolutely, when we know there's specific, and there are specific groups we're trying to target, social skills, things like that. But I guess the biggest piece is we want all of our staff members to be able to recognize when issues like that are occurring with the students, so that particularly a classroom teacher doesn't have to take that on, but can make the appropriate referral, and we can follow up appropriately.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Everyone, thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. If you'll grab a wipe, and Ms. Bass will let the other group know that it's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, sir.
All cleaned up.
All right, welcome Mrs. Farnell, Principal for Centerville Elementary School, and Mr. Josh Combs, Supervisor for Technology, to talk with us about updates for technology and connectivity for Tiger Team 5.
Wonderful, thank you, and good evening. For the record, my name is Teresa Farnell. I'm the principal of Centerville Elementary School, And my counterpart is Mr. Josh Combs, the Supervisor of Technology, and we are both charged with project managers of Tiger Team 5. So our purpose tonight is just to share with you some of the updates on the recommendations that we have made previously. The first bullet there is about wireless access points installed in all schools. When we last met, there were 9 schools still left to provide that outside access on. And as of Friday, hopefully all 14 schools will be ready to go with the outside wireless access. Point 2 is that we are continuing to use the hotspots. There was grant funds that we used to purchase an additional 500 hotspots. They came in mid-September and were distributed to the schools, and then the schools distributed them to the parents, are still in the middle of distributing them to the parents. All pre-K through 12th grade students do have Google accounts. The primary students have their email address and their password. However, their email addresses are not fully functional. The email addresses and the passwords are used as their credentials to log into Schoology, ExactPath, Clever, and for the Google Meets. Thank you.
Some of the things we talked is we did finish upgrading our card catalog, which is how we track our student device inventory, all the books in the media center, and a lot more schools are doing ebooks. We saw a nice successful program at Sussville Elementary where the kids were using ebooks to teach. It's a lot easier to use. Again, they use the Google sign-on to log in and be able to read a book online. We purchased the Chromebooks for 1st through 4th. They originally, a couple days ago, gave me a date delivery late December. That has changed as of yesterday. So now we're looking probably early November, mid-November.
Oh, that's better.
So, yeah.
That's
to actually have delivered to the schools. Our first priority is going to be getting those to the 1st and 2nd grade kids because they don't have anything right now. So that's going to be our priority.
And when the first and second, you get the older ones and the.
No, these are new ones.
I know, but the new ones are going to the older kids and are the new.
No, these will go. That was what we did 3rd and 4th. So right now we're going to get them to the 1st and 2nd. 3rd and 4th, we continue keeping the ones that they have.
So they will, 3rd and 4th won't get new ones.
They won't until the 2nd round of Chromebooks come. But we want to get something, the kids that have nothing, something.
Yeah, the little hands, yeah.
We did go ahead and finish upgrading district firewall, so we do have a redundant system. Does allow for more bandwidth inside the school and reconfigure that. That's in place. Other things that we purchased was flash drives that were handed up to the schools. That was so they can put materials that can be accessed on a Chromebook that doesn't have internet access. So like Word documents, Excel, videos, they all can be accessed offline, no internet, on a Chromebook. The documents can be edited, so. Another purchase we made was webcams for classroom teachers. That's just be coming in a few weeks, and it's a USB, so it could be on a tripod, so it can be used with their desktops, it can be used with laptops to give them different angles, give them more flexibility with streaming.
But when do you think you're going to get those in?
A couple weeks.
A couple weeks?
Yeah, I think around October 20th, 22nd, around that time frame.
So they're not going to be installed in the classrooms. They're going to be left on the desks?
No, they're going to be used for the teachers, so they can use them. They might want to use them on laptops. They might use them for the desktop. It's up to them. But my main purpose was for them to put them on the desktops because most of them are connected to smart boards.
I mean, they're not going to be.
No, they're webcams that also come with a tripod as well. So they have either clip them on the computer, put on an eye thing, or have them on a tripod.
Okay.
And then they can angle it. So just flexibility, but it's not like a video camera.
But it gives them the better opportunity to teach in person and have the virtuals listen from home.
Yep.
That's the purpose of it, right?
Yeah, that's purpose. And one, we want to give them that way they can take advantage of using the desktop in the classroom that's connected to the smart board, easy to present. The desktops are hardwired, faster speeds to the network. So take advantage of the machines that we have already in the classrooms. And then they can use their laptops, like maybe look at the grids, they can use 2 machines in the classroom, gives them more flexibility on teaching.
You can push it up to the smart board? So, I mean,
yes.
Capability.
Because they'll see whatever's on the screen of the desktop, so they can share, so they can bring the kids up behind them on the projector
Right.
was connected on the desktop. So, yes.
So then the virtual kids can see the whole thing.
The kids inside the classroom could see the virtual kids if they wanted to do it that way, yes.
So with these new cameras, do we have the server strength, and with this new firewall, are we going to have enough bandwidth to run all of this?
If we have too many kids that, I think infrastructure internally, we're good. Where I worry about is our internet pop, where we end up in Cheshire Town where we get our internet. So I'm looking at price now. I contacted Network Maryland, which is our ISP, to figure out how much that would cost to increase our bandwidth, like double it. What's that going to cost? What's associated cost? And do I have to upgrade the filter firewall, or which is a different box, and then how much it would be per month too. But I'm looking at that right now to see what that, just in case we do need it, what's that going to cost us and what it would take to implement it.
Okay, because, I mean, here we are Wednesday, in the last 2 days, we've had good weather, and it's been every other word and very mechanical sounding, where last week it was fine, it was raining. So if there's updates going on, is that after hours? It's not happening while we're online?
For the Chromebooks, I mean, if you manually do it.
No, like if you're doing an upgrade to the servers and that
Oh,
kind
no,
of
that
thing,
always
that's
happens,
happening.
that happens after like 5, usually later, but.
Okay, it just seems rough this week. I didn't know if it was a school thing or if it's us or if it's.
No, I don't do any updates during what I call production hours, which is to me 7 to 5.
You're saying we're probably gonna need more bandwidth.
If we had every kid in the building and we're doing video chat, we're going to save some. I put out tips for the high schools on how they can save bandwidth. Instead of streaming HD, they can stream standard definition. The more kids you have video on your screen, the more bandwidth it takes. The less kids you have on video, the less you need. But if you also have kids in the classroom, that's less people on the video chat. Right now, they're used to having 30. We might only have 15, so that saves on bandwidth. But if it becomes too much, I still want to look into what it would take to be safe and be sure that we have everything adequate.
I would think we definitely want to do that.
That's why I'm going to look into it. I'm going to present
virtual.
We're going to be doing you guys go from there.
We're going to be doing it when we have a snow day.
Definitely want to look. Yeah, definitely want to.
I don't think we should, think
Snow
about
day is
it.
definitely going to be a test
to do it
of the system.
Yep. It's just going to cost money. So, but absolutely.
That's fine. We'll ask for it from the commissioners if we need it.
What we need is for FIAS to come down out of Philly and hit North County. That would be.
We have $708,000.
Go ahead.
Question. I noticed that there was an achievement of cataloging all the student equipment. Does that presume that there was no catalog of equipment before? Or is it just the new equipment?
It's an updated system that we had an old card catalog system that we've really hadn't updated in a long time. Michael Bell, who's in charge, supervisor for that project, really, and the media specialist really want to go to something more next generation that allows for ebooks. It's completely web-based. There's no client. People can access it from home. It's a lot easier to use. So that's where it just happens to be also where we store all of my inventory.
What happens if a student loses his Chromebook? Is there a penalty? They got to pay for it, or do they
It depends on the case. There can be. It depends on the case of how they got lost.
Out of his bag and was busted.
We have a good warranty on them, so if it's covered under warranty, we'll just fix it without no cost. It only goes if it goes beyond normal out of warranty stuff that there has to be discussion about that. But it's usually case by case. Another thing that we bought and implemented was upgrading from the free version of G Suite for Education to G Suite Enterprise for Education. The free version, at the time, they were going to limit us to only 60 minutes per session. You couldn't record, you couldn't do live streams, you couldn't get some extra features if you didn't have the enterprise version. So we got it for the year to get us through this year, hopefully, just for this year. But the enterprise version allows us to have there's no time limits on the meeting lengths. 250 people can be on a single meeting, and allows for streaming live and all of the virtual future add-ons. Another thing that they added in September was they did give us more controls for the host so they can mute, control muting and presenting and how people join. Another thing that they're coming out with in this month is breakout rooms, which allows you to take 5 kids into a separate video chat off the main one and have you work in groups. They're even adding in some kind of attendance solution. Now, once these come out and I get videos, I want them to send them out to the school so they can understand them, but they haven't came out yet. Another one coming out at the end of this year is that they're going to add the ability to do Q&A and quizzes and polling through Google Meet. Right now we have a lot of features in Schoology, but they're going to add more stuff into Google Meet directly.
So Josh, how much was the upgrade for G Suite?
$25,000.
And did that come out of the bandwidth dollars?
CARES.
The CARES technology? Okay.
So, as we're navigating the distance learning and you come up with problems, connectivity problems, bandwidth problems, Mr. Combs and his team sent out various recommendations or reminders to help with the connectivity and the bandwidth. Some very simple. The first bullet, I am guilty as charged. Restarting your computer. So it's important at the end of the day to turn off your computer and then in the morning to restart it so that you allow for the updates, for the bug fixes to occur so that computer can operate as best as it can instead of remaining in sleep mode all night. Keeping the number of open browser tabs to a minimum. So we get in the habit of having our browser and we have 10 or 15 tabs open and each tab is, its own live feed and eating up some of the bandwidth. So keeping that to the necessary tabs that you need for that particular content that you're teaching at that moment. And then Mr. Combs touched just a minute ago about the resolution in Google Meet. So you can send and receive certain resolutions. So we would like to send, as we're sending information to the kiddos, keep our resolution higher, right? And as we receive information from them in the settings on Google Meet, you can set that resolution to lower. I think it's 360.
It is 360.
And then we want to send it at a higher resolution so the kids can see it at like a 720. And then as we share our webcams, that requires feed and additional bandwidth as well. So we certainly want our students to have the cameras on when we're in an instructional mode. But if there's an opportunity where they're taking a break and doing a Go Noodle or they don't necessarily need that webcam at that moment, they can turn the webcam off and save bandwidth there as well. And the last one is, as teachers are presenting the material and they're in present mode, they can turn their camera off and save a little bit of bandwidth as well. Every little bit certainly helps. And then something that's really not related to bandwidth, but is a tip that Josh sent out that's very helpful, is the noise filter on the HP. So sometimes as you're presenting to the students and you have to turn away to look at your smart board or to look at your clear touch or to use something as a demonstration, the students can't hear you because you're backing away. But if you turn that noise filter off as you're walking away, the students will still be able to hear you. It'll be able to pick up that noise so that you won't have to worry about getting straight up on the camera and so forth. So that makes that just a little bit easier. So other than that, unless you have anything to add, that's all that we have for you this evening.
Thank you. Questions?
Just that we do have money left over that we have to spend by December 30th on bandwidth. So, you're still saying there's challenge with bandwidth. We shouldn't be.
I'll get you the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that will help definitely to extend that bandwidth. Yes.
Yeah, I've already talked to, don't remember today, and I'm talking to another company tomorrow, so hopefully by next week I'll have official numbers for you guys.
Okay, so by the work session we should.
Yes.
Okay, great. That'd be awesome. Anybody else?
No, but thank you for the tip about the camera and the Go Noodles.
Sure, of course.
I have an 11th graders who's special need, and they do Go Noodle, but it breaks up a lot. I didn't know if I could turn her camera off and improve things.
It would help a little bit better. Yes, there you go. See, you learned something new.
Very helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Rondell. Thank you, Mr. Combs.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Tiger team number 6. Oh, thank you, Ms. Farnell.
All right, we welcome Tiger Team number 6, who's working on staffing, professional development, and teacher evaluations, Mrs. Schreckengoss, principal of Mattapique Elementary, and Ms. Kayleen Kovac, who is the assistant principal at Mattapique Middle School. Welcome. Thank you for waiting.
Well, absolutely. And I was going to say good evening, good night, President Harper and Dr. Kane, members of the board. We are here to give our recommendations for Tiger Team 6, and we have 6 different areas that we have been working on. The first is recruiting and hiring staff, and our recommendations have been to continue, thank you. To continue to utilize the virtual platform for interviewing and the HR protocols that are in place. Another area is redesigning the mentor program. However, that has been removed from our Tiger team and has been put on Ms. Passon to work on developing that mentor program and new teacher orientation program. And the second is the teacher professional development. So we began back in June by giving a survey to teachers about if we did in-house professional development, like kind of ask them, what do you want to know? What do you feel comfortable in presenting? And we got just an overwhelming response. So then we kind of had to put the brakes on until we knew exactly how we were going to use that. So then just on October 2nd, we put out, okay, now we're ready to really, get into this. So we have put out another survey. So for specific areas that we know that our teachers need and what would they be interested in presenting. So we got a lot of good ideas, and that's still out there, getting more input. So once we do have those and we're ready to roll with them, we will be housing them on the Schoology platform. So there'll be short videos, maybe, it just depends, probably no more than 30 minutes, and they'll be housed there. So at any time, the staff members can access them for the areas that they feel like they need a little more information. So a lot of things about tips and tricks, for example, that teachers have been accumulating as they have been learning about Schoology, things they want to share that make the job a little bit easier. So those are kind of things that our team has talked about, and they're excited to share with their fellow colleagues. And
also some ideas for families, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So then coupled with that is professional development for our administrators and supervisors. And so we continue to look for ways to ensure that we can best support our teachers and families and are involved in professional development. And we are continuing to use the Google Meet platform for our meetings and our professional development at this time. Another area of focus for this team was staff utilization. And we've resolved that by principals and supervisors assign tasks, and we document that and in schedules for all of our staff members and share that with Mrs. Bast so that she's aware of the accountability. The next category that has been a real focus for us is observing instruction in a virtual environment, a virtual classroom, because obviously it looks very different. So we have been working to establish those clear expectations for what online teaching should look like, and we have adapted the observation tool that we have been using to align with those expectations in a virtual classroom. And we're currently working to make sure that the evaluation document mirrors that observation document as well. And we also are working on at using a virtual walkthrough checklist tool. So more of an informal tool to provide feedback to teachers on their virtual instruction, and also ensuring that our instructional specialists have the capacity to provide that feedback as well. Are there any questions?
Do you have the capability of going in live and watching teachers teach to their students? Okay.
Yes, and that is going to be part of that virtual observation process.
Okay. And so they'll have the rubric in front of them and they can do their assessment that way. Will the teacher know that someone is in on the meeting when this is going on? Okay.
Yes, so our recommendation is that all virtual observations be announced and be planned at least a week in advance.
Okay.
we also recognize that when our faces come in, the children know that, so it will be good for them to be prepared and have as much of an authentic experience as possible.
Well, same thing as you walk in the door and they know you're there.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
Are you joining any now invited just to see how things are going, to make adjustments or?
Yes, informally.
Okay.
We haven't begun the formal observation process, but we have been going in informally.
Just to see where to fine tune things or, okay.
Our specialists have been doing the same thing, so they've been kind of popping in and giving just some informal feedback.
Oh, okay.
And so far, the feedback's been positive?
It is amazing.
A lot of help. People ask, crying for help.
But they're doing amazing things. I mean, what our teachers are pulling off is just phenomenal. And the children are so resilient and really responding, in many, many cases. So we've been overall just so proud of what our teachers are doing.
Okay.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. They're amazing.
Right. Anybody else? Thank you, ladies. We really appreciate it.
Did you have your?
I was just going to ask, what was the biggest hurdle you had to jump to move ahead? What was the biggest obstacle you ran into and you had to maneuver around it or level it? Just curious.
A tough question. I think so much of what we do as teachers is just innate, and we can accomplish so much just with proximity and movement around a classroom. And when everyone is on a screen, that presents a challenge. If you ask that question to every teacher, they may all have different answers. But I know for me watching, that has been one of the biggest things we had to get used to.
So if you have 20 kids in a class, say a high school class, and you've got 20 people, all across here, and you're trying to address everyone's needs, it's difficult.
But we also have, for some of our sections where we have some special needs students, we have our full-time paraeducators that are virtually pushing in. So they're in and watching the lessons so they're able to help the students. And then in those office hours that are right now, virtually, that are in the morning, they're going in and maybe pulling out that student or a few students, working with them individually to help them with their work. And we just had a meeting this morning with our full-time paras, and everybody's working really hard. But there was some good feedback from the things that they've been able to do going in and working with those students.
They've been there on there every day. I mean, my daughter's classes, there's 2 paras at least every day.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you, ladies. Really
Thank you
appreciate it.
very much. Thank you for waiting again.
Action items, 8.01.
I don't think for the parents, again, for the public, not for you guys, for the public, there is still a little confusion on the survey because it's called a survey. They need to know this is a binding choice they're making on their survey. Right?
That is written on the survey. It says
Okay,
it.
and if they have been telling us they will drive their kids into school, now's the time to do it, if it means they get to get back into the classroom. So we don't have the survey, so I just want to make sure that's clear, because there's some confusion. I just got another email about that.
I think we've said it a few times, and I'm happy to say it again. If you have not gotten your survey, please contact your school on tomorrow, and they will
Just
certainly
saying
help you.
they're right, and they're filling them out now, so it is not a survey, it's a binding choice.
It's very clear. If you answer this now, this is what you're sticking to until we are back in normal operation.
Okay. Well, just got an email that said they didn't understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I am, all right. Apologize, I'm just trying to get this straight.
Mr. Tully, you can come forward. We are ready to talk about 8.01, textbooks for board approval. Mr. Tully has been before the board over the last couple of months. The textbooks have been out for public review, and at this point we are seeking approval. There are 3 textbooks: Updated Myers Psychology for AP courses, Magruder's American Government for grades 9 through 12, the African American Odyssey for 7th grade, or it's the 7th grade edition for the high school history course.
I do not have it with the dollar amount. I don't have the yellow sheet on it. I apologize, I don't have it in front of me for the vote.
If you,
Let me pull it up on here.
yeah.
For the African American Odyssey 7th edition, it's $15,853 and 0 cent or 3 cents.
Text out of the, thank you, out of the capital textbook budget. To the other one. For the updated Myers Psychology AP course, fiscal impact amount of
$28,932.71.
Thank you. I'm just pulling it up. Capital textbook budget, $28,932.71. Okay, so let me write this down so I can make a motion, please. I apologize.
And all these books were out on our website so the public could review them. Did we happen to have anybody?
No, not a single comment on either of the books.
Any other books?
No, they were all three were on the website. The links to the
Yeah,
books and the books, the physical books were here.
Thank you.
So no comment.
Can you tell if people even look, just for my own information, can you tell if there's hits on it that are looking or just people just, they're not commenting, but are they even looking at them?
But I can't tell if they looked at it through the way it's posted on the website, but then all my information is posted there so they
Understand.
can email me. Yes, sir.
But I hear every once in a while somebody, says something about a book. Well, you have a window of opportunity to look at these things.
Sure.
If you have any, issues with them.
Absolutely.
American government, $30,475, $30,475 and 12 cents.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
It's in your email to us, I think.
I know, I'm sorry. Okay, so do I have a motion to accept for approval the updated Myers Psychology for AP course to the budget of $28,932.71 from the capital textbook budget? Magruder's American Government for grades 9 through 12, but fiscal budget amount of $30,475.12 out of the capital textbook budget, and the African American Odyssey 7th edition for high school history, the fiscal budget amount of $15,853.03 out of the capital textbook budget. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? Discussion? Already asked all the questions. I call for the vote on the motion to accept all three of these books with their dollar amounts. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie.
8.02, it's CIP plan. Ms. Pullen?
Absolutely.
So for this evening, you need an approval for us to accept
Yes, requesting your approval of the
capital
CIP
improvement
document.
plan. Do I have a motion to accept the capital improvement plan for 2019-2020?
So moved.
Fiscal year 2022.
Fiscal year 2022.
I'm sorry. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I call for the vote on the motion to accept the capital improvement plan for 2022. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen.
8.03, the HR report and substitute bus driver report. Do I have a motion to accept the HR report and substitute bus driver report as presented in closed session?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments on the motion?
One comment I would have is, any action we're taking is only action we're taking that we have authority to approve on this report. And what I'm going to is, if anyone has any appeal or rights on anything, I would just want to make sure we're not hindering any that way.
By accepting this report?
Well, I'm not going to go into specifics, but when you say resignations, terminations, there could be legal things there, and I just want to make sure this board authorizing this is not taking anybody's rights away. That's all I'm asking.
It does not take anybody's rights away.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote on the motion to accept the HR report and substitute bus driver report as presented in closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The 2021 district calendar. Do we have a motion to table the vote?
I think we were going to either vote it up or not vote on, or
just not vote on it tonight.
Good call. Right, and nobody.
Oh, we discussed earlier that we could wait until, from what I understood was January, February would be appropriate too, maybe?
Absolutely. We could put it off till whenever you
I'd make a motion that we
Made
put
a
it off till.
motion to postpone it, and it passed.
You did
No,
not make
we
a
did
motion.
not do a motion. We have not done a motion, sir. We had a discussion about tabling it until February or March. So we don't have to do anything.
I guess I was getting to that point.
Okay.
A long way around about.
Okay, 8.05, grants. Just apologize. I just had all that here. I gave everyone a copy of all the grants that are left and the stipend amounts provided by Dr. Kane. Oh, wow.
You wrote on the top of one of your papers.
I did. Thank you.
That's it.
Do I have a motion for future COVID-related expenditures to be paid from the grant funds, i.e. CARES, broadband, ESSER, CARES, tutoring, GEARS, or any other grant must be approved in open session by the board members prior to spending? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'll wait till discussion.
Second.
Questions, comments, discussion?
I'm sorry. Are you asking to take over an operational, my operational authority?
We would like to have the board see all the expenditures from here on out.
So are you talking specifically about the CARES grants?
Only that, yes.
And you're asking to have to approve that before we spend the dollars on that?
We would like to see those expenditures, yes.
Can you be specific? Are you asking to make approvals? Are you asking to take away my authority to approve grants and spending in order for you to do it? Is that what you're asking?
We're just asking to see it prior to.
Because that's not what Ms. Harper just said.
Okay.
Read your motion again, Ms. Harper.
To be approved in open session prior to spending, yes.
That's what you said. So you're asking to take my authority away so that you could have it.
No, you have authority. We're just asking to let us know what's going on to see where these grants are going prior to being spent. That's all.
That's not what Ms. Harper just read.
We're asking to approve them.
So we can see them before we.
Yeah, because they go out and we don't know.
But we're not going to make it. Dr. Kane can.
Because that is within my purview, and that is within my authority as a superintendent of this district, as it is with every other 23 superintendents in this state. So if you're asking the way I'm hearing this is because, well, number one, I never heard anything about this until this moment. One, so you adjusted the agenda without my knowledge, and now you're saying that you'd like to take away my authority to do my job, and you want to take a vote on it so that you can do it. That's the way I'm interpreting this, because that's what was just read here. Is that I just want to be clear on what you're asking.
specifically on COVID, because we don't know where the money's gone. It's been real general and we can't get the information. And we've been upset over the fact that we don't know where it's going and we've got all this money left.
You do know where it's going because I've reported where it's going. Mr. Pfister has reported where it's going, and you're asking me for information, and you know that I am short a CFO, I am short a deputy. We have been working on our recovery plan night and day, in addition to everything else that has to happen in this district. That I'm unable to respond to a request for a spreadsheet is minute in the scheme of responsibilities that I have. That is absolutely minute. But if you want to vote to take away my authority, then you have the right to do that, I suspect. But that sends a real clear message to me as to where I sit with this board.
It was limited to COVID.
It matters not. It is within my purview, Captain Kelly. That's my job. But if you are making a motion, let it be known that that's what you want to do. You are sending a very clear message to me.
I think what we're asking is that there's lots of money here that we're coming in on these COVID grants, and we have a lot of obligations to get the school and system running. We would just like to know where it's going before it's spent. That's all. That's my opinion. And if that interpreted that we need to approve what's going before it's, we're just asking why it's not spent. All of a sudden, we have a grant of $708,000 and it could be gone tomorrow. And we wouldn't need, I'm not questioning that you're not doing something with it, but where it's going. And I think we got to do our due diligence to find out what we're doing as board members.
Does that make sense to you then?
No, it doesn't.
You need to know what it is
doesn't.
before you spend it.
For what purpose? I have given you all of the categories. I've said to you what we're spending. Do you think that something illicit is happening with the grant dollars?
No, we just don't know.
We've been getting bucket lists. We've been getting bucket numbers. And I requested back on October 2nd to have all of the expenditures with the amount of money and who we're doing business with. The stipends, fixed charges for support staff, the nursing supplies, so that we're not overspending in some areas on things that we already have. Athletic expenses, there's been nothing here. It's a bucket list.
There's no overspending what?
Well, again, we don't know. We would just like to be told.
You have an expenditure report. We're going to talk about what that is. I'm not sure what you're talking about overspending.
These CARES, our expenditure report is based on our regular budget.
You know what? Do whatever it is that you feel is important to do. I don't have a vote. You do whatever it is that you feel is important to do at this point.
We don't know how to make sure we see this stuff before it's spent.
But you don't get to see it before it's spent. That's my job.
But this is a different thing. COVID is a totally different thing than the budget. It's big chunks of money, and we have lots of responsibilities, and we need to be prioritizing to get the kids back in school. This is a completely different situation than what we routinely have. And so completely different.
Well, we just got told tonight that there's going to be $25,000 spent on something we didn't know about.
And that's over the limit.
So, we would just.
Mr. Combs told you that he was investigating.
No, he spent it already, he said.
He did not. He said that I am looking. He did not. He said, I am looking at getting this paid through, and you said through one of the grants, and he said, yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
Okay.
Well, I think he said he already spent it.
No, he said he was investigating it, and that's why I asked him how much the dollar amount was and where it was coming from.
All right, I misunderstood that one.
Yes.
I thought he had already spent that one.
Yes, no, and it was, there is still money in that CARES Act.
Madam President, we made a motion, had some discussion. If there's any more discussion, I'll just call for a vote.
We can amend the motion to also ask to at least be told about it before it's spent, rather than, okay, all right. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Call for the vote on the motion for future COVID-related expenditures to be paid from grant funds, i.e. CARES, broadband, ESSER, CARES, tutoring, GEARS, or any other grants must be approved in open session by the board prior to spending. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say it.
No.
Abstain.
I don't want to say aye. I want to amend it to say that we know about it before she spends it. I want to change the motion. But
We are already voting. You can't amend it while we're voting.
Right.
So yes or no?
No.
Okay. No. That fails. Thank you.
So I make a motion and just say, instead of approved, to say we be notified of it before it's spent. Same motion exactly, but say be notified of before it's spent, not approved.
Then
Want me to read it? I need your paper.
motion for future COVID-related expenses, which we paid from grant funds, i.e. CARES, broadband, ESSER, CARES, tutoring, GEARS, or any other grants, must be.
The board must be notified.
Must be notified prior to spending.
Prior to spending, right.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Oh, this all just showed up tonight,
Yes.
you know.
I'm just going to ask, why do we need a motion to have a discussion we should be having anyway? I mean, if something comes up, shouldn't that be shared anyway? This has come across my desk. What do you think? I mean, shouldn't we be having that kind of discussion anyway?
Good point.
The only thing that I would add to this is that if some private entity in this county shows a need, they can come and ask for a piece of that CARES money. So we don't know that any have done so, but we don't know whether some will do so. And there's only one down the street that I know of, and of course the Archdiocese is also included. From an advisory standpoint, I think we ought to try to keep some money aside just in case we have to peel it off from somewhere else. But beyond that.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote on the motion for any future related COVID expenses to be paid from grant funds, i.e. CARES, broadband, ESSER, CARES, tutoring, GEARS, or any other grants, must be notified to the board prior to spending. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. I'll say aye, but to me, that should be just an open discussion anyway.
Aye. Abstain. All right, the motion is carried. Thank you all. Informational items, policies.
Another action item. I want to make a motion that we move to have the superintendent do the 50% in-person reopening plan that was briefed tonight, presented to us. And I'd like that to commence October 26th as opposed to November 2nd. It's a motion. We have to make a decision.
We're going to vote on that. I mean, we're going to vote on it tonight. Is this the time to vote on it?
This is the action. We don't have it on the.
It's not on the agenda for voting on tonight.
But we don't vote on it tonight. How we
It should be.
It should be. It's the purpose.
You're going to amend your agenda.
So we need to amend the agenda to 8.06. Discussion of reopening plan.
Doing this today.
Well, it should have
If we
been
don't vote on it tonight, we don't meet again for 2 weeks. The people will never know what they're going to do. I mean.
I made a motion.
Okay, well, first we have to amend the agenda.
Okay. I move that we amend the agenda at 8.06, action on the 50% in-person reopening plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
No questions or comments on the motion?
The motion was to commence October 26th.
No, the motion is to amend the agenda first.
Oh, sorry.
8.06 to include a vote on the reopening plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. 8.06. Captain Kelly, your motion.
Okay. I move that we I move that we institute the 50% in-person reopening plan presented today to commence October 26th, which is a Monday, the week before it's Monday, the 26th of October. It gives us 19 days to cover all the issues that were presented tonight. That's why I spoke at the motion.
Motion to institute the 50% reopening plan on October 26, 2020.
That's a Monday.
Yes.
Dr. Kane, is that feasible?
Probably not, but
What date is feasible?
I wanted to hear a comment from the superintendent.
Okay, questions? Okay,
doesn't matter.
we have a motion and a second.
Now we talk.
Yes. Questions,
26.
comments, discussion? Dr. Kane?
I put November 2nd to give, and I explained why I said November 2nd, so that we could give our administrators and we give our transportation department an opportunity to get the busing situation straight, so that they would know who's going to be riding the buses when, and try to group them in cohorts with families. So some schedules needed to be changed in schools in order to do that. That's why I put November 2nd.
Well, it's 1 week. I would happily amend that. It's got to be done. It's got to be done right if we're going to do it. And if 1 week's going to make a difference in getting things properly done in place, I will take that advice.
So we just vote this down, or does Dr.?
We're discussing right now.
Could I add a friendly amendment to change it from the 26th to what's the second? What's the following Monday?
If you're willing to amend your motion to November the 2nd, we can get it over with. Otherwise, we'll just vote this down and do November 2nd. Meanwhile, wasting more time.
Not wasting time.
Oh, yeah, probably.
The reason I wanted it earlier is it's 19 days. The kids are in distress, and these people talking today really affected me. And this video we got from one of the teachers from Sellersville, it's heart-wrenching. And they're right. The sooner the better. I found some research on why school closures are anti-science. Reopening the schools is a database scientific consensus among the world's medical and public health communities. 6 months into the pandemic, the evidence collected argued very seriously about the highly profound adverse social, developmental, and health costs to the children that are suffering. They're suffering badly. And the emails I've gotten from some of the children it's unacceptable in my mind. So I don't want to drag this out much longer. If this is not going to be possible by the 26th, then I'm willing to change it to the 2nd, but it has to occur. And so just so you understand, I'm not going to sit back on this one. It's
Well,
too important.
Captain Kelly, I've been with you side by side on this. I'd like to be back 100%. We can't. But if the 26th to November the 2nd is 1 week, and staff thinks they need that 1 week to plan, I'd rather sit there, err on a week's less, and have a good plan and have it work properly than have it come back and sit there and say, well, we rushed it too quick. I wish we'd done this a month ago. We've been voted down before, but I think it's time now for the board to come together and vote on it. And if you're willing to do the 2nd, I think we can hopefully get a unanimous decision.
okay. I'm willing to amend my motion to read November 2nd, that we move for 50% in-person reopening plan to commence November 2nd.
Mr. Morissette?
I think November 2nd is the smartest thing to do. So you have all your ducks in a row. We have to make sure we have all the PPE where it needs to be. All the teachers and staff is trained properly on how to use it, because a lot of your folks aren't using it right now. You only have a small amount of teachers who are actually dealing with it. I think if you want to do it right, you need to have that extra time.
Mr. Anderson? My question is, what happens if, we have a surge and our numbers go back up?
Go back to virtual.
Deal with it. Change it.
And so we don't start somewhere. We can't live in a bubble our whole life. And there's options. I mean, the staff has given them people that do not want to. I mean, we're making every compensation we can. It looks like we've done a very adequate job of prepping for this thing.
And we could pass it, and if our positivity rate were to go up outside the parameters that have already been set by the health department that Dr. King talked about at our last meeting, then it's not happening. It's not happening until the positivity rate is within the proper limitations.
And I think
So it's all about that.
It went up to 14 days. Now it's back to 7. So
It's a 7-day positivity rate. And right now we're at 2.6% as of today.
Well, our next work session is on the 21st. If the positivity rate goes up by then, we'd have to push it back.
Well, you don't know because it's a 7-day positivity rate. You're looking at the 7 days, like today's rate is the past 7 days. So by the time November 2nd comes around, you're looking at the previous 7 days before that decision is made. So that's a Monday. So we'd probably be looking at positivity rate Friday or Saturday to make the announcement. So you're always looking at the last 7 days.
And that's-
so every
that's gonna be the
weekend, you're looking at the last 7 days.
And that's going to be the rest of our time. That's going to be month for month for month. I mean, whatever happens.
And we're going to have to do that every week anyway. Assess every week.
That is correct.
Once
if
we
you
get
did
50% back in.
We do it anyway.
Yeah, and if you go to a 14-day going into flu season, I think you're running a risk there.
It has to be done weekly.
I think that's the safest thing. I mean, it's impossible to do day to day. I mean, we have a positivity rate that's given us every day, but
We get it on Friday. We get it every Friday. Ms. Fellers talks to the health department every Friday. Dr. Ciatola sends me the rates, and Ms. Fellers gets the rates as well.
I think it's the safest thing. 14, I think, is just too long, especially with the season we're going into. But they've already set the parameters, so.
Okay.
Right now, we are sitting in a very safe zone.
Ms. Pullen?
Mind if I
Please.
just added one small thing? In terms of PPE and of cleaning supplies, I am worried from what I've understood tonight with the next orders that we'll be able to place from the grants that we have for those items will be an open session in 2 weeks. That's concerning. Some of the items that we are getting, a notice comes across and says, these are available, go get them. And by the time we get a purchase order executed, it's already gone. It worries me for the November 2nd opening that it stifles us to a degree for the cleaning and the PPE, which is desperately needed if we're going to have students back in the building.
Oh.
Well, what are we doing now? We have hundreds of students in the buildings.
We do, and we have ample supplies of everything. But if we start to burn through this at a rate that is much faster than we think, we just have been continuously ordering supplies. And I just wanted you to be aware of that.
And you're talking about, but you've already ordered these supplies.
Yeah, we already have many of the supplies on hand. There are orders that are pending.
But those orders are pending. We know or would know about by this, you know.
We have many things that are back ordered. We have some items that have been pending since August that are still not in. Things continue to get pushed out. So there's just a lot of uncertainty. And with the uncertainty, it just
Do you think
makes
November 2nd is too early?
No, I don't believe November 2nd is too early, but with the parameters that have been put on us tonight for ordering, it just spaces that out, so.
Oh, so you're talking about
She's talking about
approval
I'm just
of
talking about the approval process and
of CARES.
Yes, and it's worrisome that we will not have the ability to do that.
Not CARES. She's not
except for
thinking
every
of that.
2 weeks.
Nothing to do with that.
Wait a minute.
It's the CARES ESSER grants that
It
we're
is the
ordering
ESSER
all of our
grants that
PPE
she's-
supplies
It's already ordered.
Partial. We're continuing to order all the time.
Okay. So what are you asking us?
I just wanted to make the point.
Telling, she's not asking.
I'm not asking for anything, just wanted to make the point.
So the point is that to bring it before the board, to let us know what's being spent before it's spent, you have to, like, on a moment's notice, jump on something and may not be able to bring it before the board.
Now, everything that we do is certainly under $25,000. Some of them are very small. It's face masks that have clear openings for students that can actually see a teacher and their mouth as they're trying to dictate.
Then can we ask this? We can always rescind that motion and just please ask that you send it to all of the board members in an email letting us know what's being spent?
We would certainly be happy with that.
But we better wait Dr. Kane gets back in here because I don't want to put her on the spot of saying something and Dr. Kane not approve, you know.
Can we finish this?
We cannot, I mean.
This is pivotal to what you're trying to do.
It is. All I'm saying is Dr. Kane is not at this
No,
meeting.
I apologize. Captain Kelly and I are having a separate conversation. I apologize, sir.
We're talking about opening the schools 50% level.
And we're also talking about opening schools safely with enough PPE equipment.
By November 2nd, and I changed it to November 2nd.
May I just intercede there? According to our calendar, we are closed on the 2nd and 3rd, and it is a half day on the 4th and 5th for elementary and middle schools.
It's election day.
So then we need to amend it to the 9th, the following week, because we're not even in school that week.
Well, we're not in school. We could still start it on the 2nd.
Right.
It just would not, the ball wouldn't start rolling until when we got back in school.
Well, they might as well say the November 9th.
No, what do you mean? We're in school. We aren't closed. We're closed at
November 2nd, all schools closed.
professional development,
November
and then it's
3rd,
the election on the 3rd.
4th and 5th, elementary and middle schools closed, half day, reporting to parents.
But the high schools wouldn't be.
Yeah.
The high schools will be in.
Yes,
But
they
do you
start.
really, do you want to bring just high schools back for
Just don't do a little trick.
3 days? Well, 2, Thursday, Friday?
I want us to,
Anderson.
yes, I want us to do it. I want us to get this rolling. And we count it back to the 9th.
Okay, well,
I'm not
again,
changing my motion.
we're not in school on the 2nd. It's closed for a holiday on the 3rd. We have half days, Wednesday and Thursday that week. It might as well be the 9th.
What?
Wednesday.
Some schools, we just started, it's the 2nd, it will take effect when we're in school. We're just going to start it on the 2nd of November. That's going to be Dr. Kane said that the 26th wasn't as reasonable as the 2nd. We start at the 2nd. We're not there on election day, and some of the schools are half days. It is what it is. We're going to fight that all through the rest of the year, but we
So
should start
what will
it.
happen, sir, is on November 6th, that Friday, the students are going to go, okay, is this B day? Am I supposed to go this day?
That's going to have to be all lined up prior. All the kids got to know it's A or B day.
I'm just trying to make it easier for the families to understand that if we start on a Monday, the week will continue like it's supposed to.
They're going to start on a half a week.
Whatever gets.
They shouldn't start on a half a week, sir.
I don't think it's a problem.
Well, to counter that would be like asking not to have the last day of school on Monday. I mean, you're either ending in a partial week or you're starting in a partial week, but I say we start on a Monday so everybody gets a full week and everybody's doing the same thing the same week.
And they find out about it 5 days early so they can make plans.
Correct.
And it gives the system that extra week if something is back ordered or needs extra time or.
Well, but I think when Dr. Kane comes back, the back order thing is a different question on Paula feeling her hands are tied by if she needs something, the board only meets every 2 weeks. Can we just get that through? That's I think.
To do that, I just. So why do we even start the high schoolers start Wednesday, right? So you think we should move everything to the 9th?
I would say the 9th. It just makes more sense to start everybody, even ground.
But if we say the 2nd, and if the elementary school is going to be 2/3 of that week, then if they bring it back to us next meeting and say they'd rather just start that group and let the high school start, the 2nd is our start date. If we have to modify that a little bit at the next meeting, we can.
So,
but your
is anybody else going to vote for the 2nd?
No,
Okay, then I amend it to the 9th.
Because
I want to get it passed.
If you're doing the 2nd, your high schoolers.
3 votes got the 9th.
If you go to the 9th, your high schoolers that half week still get their Wednesday of CTEs coming in on Wednesday and getting their hours in. Because right now, they're not sure they're going to get enough hours.
Correct.
In the hybrid model. So at least they get that last Wednesday of CTE coming in the building together before they're splitting cohorts and maybe not meeting their hour requirement.
Okay, so I amend it to the 9th, and I'm not moving from that one. I just want to get it passed because I don't want to sit here and pick a vote and only have 2 to 3 again. So make my amendment November 9th. That should help Carla out with the supplies. And we got to get moving, and the parents need to know this is going to happen as long as our numbers are correct.
and we should have that caveat in there.
Fine.
I mean, I don't know how to amend the agenda to say that, but we have to have the caveat that if our numbers do
That
go
all
up.
metrics are met.
Yes, the metrics have to be met in order for us to be open on 50% hybrid November 9th.
Correct.
Okay, I'll restate my motion. I move that we go to 50% in-person reopening plan that was presented today to commence November 9th, providing we meet all of the medical metrics. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Questions, comments, discussion? Okay. You good?
No, yeah.
I'm asking Carla. I don't care about you. I'm asking Carla.
Yes, the date is perfect for us. The concern is more the.
We'll go to that one in a minute.
Yes.
Okay,
not my motion.
we'll fix that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor?
Doesn't make any difference.
Call.
Do whatever you want to do.
I call for the vote on the motion to
Go to the 50% in-person reopening plan presented today to commence November 9th, providing we meet all the medical metrics required.
all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All the opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Okay, I want another motion. I want to move that we go ahead and move, well, or maybe you can make that one on the sports. October
wait a
I thought that was
19th.
all one.
That's happening no matter what.
Oh, so we will move into the October 19th because that's part of the plan. Is that right?
What are you talking about?
Sports.
Starting sports October the 19th.
Oh, okay.
Sports is already, it's already in the plan, so that's just
Okay,
part
it's
of
in the plan, so it'll start the 19th.
plan.
Thank you.
It will start with whatever Mr.
He said the 19th of October.
So I make a motion to rescind the previous motion about the COVID-related expenditures.
Can I resend it?
This operator would be a motion to reconsider at this stage.
Thank you. Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
If we could sit there and put an amendment on that we have a $25,000 procurement policy in place right now, that the board has to see anything above $25,000.
Okay.
Anything related to day-to-day sanitational things, because we're in a crisis, that could be approved. In other words, like sanitation things, masks, things of that nature. If Carl needs something and it comes up, not have to wait 2 weeks for this board's approval.
We can just, a motion to reconsider the vote, get rid of this, and she has a procurement policy anyway.
Then you want to let everything else go?
Yes.
On covert?
Yes.
That's your motion, not mine.
And it's a motion to reconsider?
Move the motion reconsider. It has to be worded the same as the motion that you made earlier, I don't know whether you have this right, read it back, but I think you have it written down there, and you're moving to reconsider that motion that you adopted earlier, and we'll then vote.
The motion to reconsider the,
State what you want the outcome to be, which is to reconsider your previous motion and withdraw the action.
motion to reconsider the previous motion for future COVID-related expenditures, which to be paid from the grant funds, i.e. CARES, broadband ESSER, CARES, tutoring gears, or any other grants must be notified to the board prior to spending. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Questions or comments on the motion to rescind? Hearing none, I call for a vote on the motion to rescind the previous motion. All those in favor say aye. 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 No. 3-2, the motion to rescind is approved. Okay. Where are we now? Am I at policies?
Yes, ma'am.
9.01, policies for first public review. This is just going out for the first public read. Student attendance 503 and the student attendance regulation 503.1, education equity 616, and for regulation educational equity 616.1. No vote is required. Just letting you know that this is all going out for the stakeholders to review. And I want to thank the policy committee. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to work with you folks. I think we're going to get a lot of stuff done this year, and looking forward to working with all of you. So I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around, gentlemen. Any questions about the policies? Anybody needs to?
Yes, so the board is violating its own policy because the executive team has not reviewed the education equity regulation or policy.
Okay.
We have reviewed the student attendance, but we have not reviewed the education equity.
So this doesn't go out yet? The education equity does not go out yet?
That will be correct.
Okay. Not out. Will you send that to? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, 9.02, secondary novels for public review. There's a list here, and this doesn't require this is just for informational purposes, or this requires a vote for it to go out?
Would you step forward, please, Ms. Passon? Thank you.
Thank you for sticking around. Appreciate it.
I think it's good evening. It's not good morning yet. My name is Bridget Passon. I am the English Language Arts Supervisor for grades 3 through 12. Good evening, President Harper, Dr. Kane, members of the board and executive team. Yes, so this is all 10 books have been, and 9 of them are high school, 1 of them is for middle school. This 38-page document has been written by teachers, and we have, upon your recommendation, gotten community members who are non-educators and parents of that grade level. So entire, representatives of all stakeholders in the communities have reviewed all 10 books. Okay. So this is just to put these books out for public review. We'll watch the comments, should any come in, on the website, and then if there's no objection in 30 days, we go to adoption.
Okay. Any questions on the books?
Okay. Are these, can we have access, is there online access at all for these? Or is it all just by paper that we could take a look at them?
I think they're all online. That's what we said earlier.
There's online that you can get, audiobooks or Kindle that you can get on your own. There's nothing I have access to for free.
So these are not, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
I'll look. Thank you.
Okay, that's for public review?
Yes.
Also, the textbook for public review, the AP Government Roots and Reform.
Down in the back.
Guy in the back. Okay, thank you. Thanks for
Yes,
sticking around.
thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Take care, get home safely.
Too. Be safe. Okay, guy in the back. Come on, Mr. Tully. Textbook for public review, AP Government Roots and Reform. I apologize, I don't have a yellow sheet on it to, I'll let you talk. Thank you.
Yes, so this is the updated version of our AP American Government and Politics book. Our current version is older than 10 years old, so this is updated. This will bring us up, by several years. This also has, as the other books that we purchase, has a digital component, and this also has a 6-year license, just like the other books as well. So we can have consistency for 6 years. Students will have, there will actually be a physical textbook in the classroom for them, and then they will also have digital access as well for 6 years.
Okay, and this doesn't require a vote tonight. This is just going out for public review.
For review, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tully.
Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around. Transfer notice.
There is no
9.05.
transfer.
And expenditure report, 9.05.
So you have before you the expenditure report, the detail report, as well as the summary report. Tonight, I'm presenting the first monthly expenditure report for FY21 for activity as of September 30, 2020. As you're aware, the October board meeting is the first time we report this information for a new fiscal year. The timing gives us the most accurate information as it reflects updated salary expense information for certificated staff, which comprises the largest portion of our budget. All categories are in alignment with the same period as in prior years. There are a few negative balances on this report, which I'll discuss in more detail in just a moment. None of the negative input items requires any board action at this point, but we'll take a look at it for a categorical transfer in November to correct the issues. So I'll talk about the negatives. The first one that you see is other instructional costs and contract services. It's over by $44,440. This is primarily due to the contracted psychological services we must use in lieu of being fully staffed in that area, as you know. Also, even if fully staffed, the needs of our students outweigh our available resources, which also requires outsourcing for these services. So in other words, we don't have the adequate number of psychologists, and we contract. We'll look to offset the overage with salary savings from vacant positions. In special education, in that category, the overages again are in the area of contracted services in the amount of $253,890, and transfers in the amount of $253,885. Due to the level of services our students require and staffing limitations, again this year, we contract physical, occupational, and speech therapy services. We'll look to offset this overage with salary savings from vacant positions. The transfer overages is due to the under budgeting of the contract with the Mid-Shore Special Education Consortium. We talked about that during budget season. As you recall, during the budget discussions, this requested increase was not funded, but the chief financial officer at the time recommended for one more year only to pay for the increased cost from our Medicaid fund balance. This was approved by the board. However, the action cannot be sustained into fiscal year 22 and must be funded with operating funds. In the area of student health services, the overage of $907 was due to student health supplies in the health rooms at schools as we prepared to welcome back our children into the building. A one-time purchase of $3,500 for triage carts contributed to the overage. These carts were a much-needed resource as we continue to address COVID-19 issues. These carts will be stocked with medical supplies in the event of health room needs to become mobile, if they need to become mobile or accessible to students outside of the physical health room space. Questions?
Anybody?
Where are we right now with our out-of-county placement special ed? Are we teetering the edge there?
In terms of, have we gotten anybody new?
New, or are we on track
So
in budget lines?
we don't know where we're going to be. We'll probably be over. We have a couple of situations that may require us to send children to out-of-county placements or non-public placements, but those are in progress, so I'm not sure where they're going to end up right now. But we have not gotten any new students at this point.
Okay.
This is just a general question, but one of them is category 11, maintenance of plant, contractual services. We're up to 86% already. Is that just because we prepay stuff, or?
Because we hold it to the side, we know what the contracts are, and so we allot it.
So that all those numbers, and when I see in the 80s and 90s, are committed, and that's what we're putting in here now, so you know what they are?
Correct.
Okay.
So our out-of-county transfers for like special ed, we have not gotten those contracts yet. We haven't seen those. Mr. Fisher usually brings those to us.
For special education services, remember, we do that when we sign them at the end of the year.
Okay,
We
so
did that
they're all
already.
done. The transporting of students. Okay, so that's all taken care of. Okay, all right, thank you. I couldn't remember when we
we do that.
look at the big number.
In the springs for hiring.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we are at future board meetings. We have our October 21st and November 4th board meetings. Do we have anyone out there for public comment?
There was not when I was out there.
Okay. All right, anything else? Are we all?
I have one question, Dr. Keen. I'd gotten some concern from somebody on the special ed side that, and the question was the life skills program that they're offered up to a certain age, 21, I think it is, they can do it. And I asked it in MABE that this person was wondering, because they're losing like a whole year's worth of opportunity for special ed with this COVID, is there any chance to change the law to make that a later age? And the idea, the recommendation was at my legislative meeting, instead of changing the law, that like St. Mary's County, they're just asking for a waiver to extend it, and that they should be open to waivers, they were told.
So I would suggest that you have that family to contact Ms. Smith, Jolene Smith, our supervisor for special education.
I did. I just wanted you to know that that is the method that the other counties are using to extend that time frame.
The 21's a Comar thing, right?
It is.
Okay.
Right, so they want to get an exemption from that to stay another year because of what they've lost for their student in COVID. So St. Mary's is actually just getting an exemption, and they've been told, or an extension rather, and they've been told that it's probably be looked on favorably.
By getting a waiver.
To get the waiver, yeah, instead of changing the law, obviously.
But on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
Okay. Okay, hearing nothing else, do I have a motion to go into closed session, executive closed session?
Yeah, pursuant to general provisions, Article 3-305 and 3-104, I move that the board meet in closed session to perform administrative function and to consult with counsel.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I call for the vote to go into executive closed session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you all very much. We will close out out of our executive closed session. Mr. Straight, thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.